Welcome back to Northern Perspective, everyone. I'm Cypher.
And I'm Fox.
570 people waiting in line at the door. Make sure you pay your cover charge by hitting that like on your way in, everybody, because this is going to be a
Epic.
really interesting one. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think you know why you're all here. This is the day that we've been waiting for a long, long time. This is where Kristian Firth is brought to the bar against his will within the House of Commons to testify and be admonished by Greg Fergus. I don't think that's the part he's fearing. I don't think anybody would fear. But it's what comes after, which I think is what he was concerned about. We were able to catch the first 30 minutes, and then we had to tend to our son's evening of appointments. So we don't know what happened after around, I guess, 10 to 4. So this is going to be interesting. I know a lot of you have seen this already. And from what we've heard from some of the people we've been talking to, it does not disappoint.
Yeah, we got a little sneak peek, so we're very, very curious to see what happens.
So this is going to be really, really interesting. We thought initially that this was going to go by pretty quickly, and as some of you know, we were wondering, would we be able to do a live stream? Was this going to last long enough for a live stream? Was he even going to show up? And turns out this went for about 2 hours. So, also thank you to, I forget the person's name, but you know who you are, where you warned us there was a couple of sections where there was breaks in the parliamentary music. So thank you for that. I was able to cut that out and get us down to about an hour and 56 minutes. Before we get to the other news of the day, which if you were on Twitter you would have seen, and if you were paying attention you saw during the questioning, and if you haven't heard it yet you're going to hear it here first. But before we get to that, Fox, you want to go through the rules of the day?
Yeah, so as tonight is a special weeknight live stream, we expect it to go for at least 3 hours because it's about 2 hours of footage plus our commentary. In the interest of time, we will only be able to read and respond to super chats. If you have general comments or questions, please do feel free to bounce them off of Barnaby or Jester in the chat. They're both wonderful people and very, very knowledgeable about politics, or else they wouldn't be moderating for us. We also invite you to join us on our regular Sunday live streams, where we do our best to address as many of your questions as we can during the Q&A. So if you think of some questions tonight that you would like to ask us, write them down and ask us on Sunday.
Now, we've received some questions about, the super chats that we get, and why do we bother reading the $1 or $2 super chats? Just to address that again, I know all of you are that are on the stream understand this, but for anyone who may be watching after the fact, Canadians are struggling across this country. Canadians are struggling to pay for food, pay for rent, pay for even their siblings or their other relatives that are all struggling in this time. So every single dollar that people feel that they want to divert to Northern Perspective, we want to treat that with the respect that it deserves, which is why we read every single super chat, no matter the denomination, because it all goes towards the fight to get this government out of office. So we appreciate all of you. And that's not to say that you have to contribute. Even liking a video, sharing a video, that is, just as good in our book. So thank you, all of you, for all the support that you give, however you choose to give it. And many of you are having these conversations outside of out of YouTube. People are telling us every stream, I've converted 10 more people to conservatives, or 10 more people to Northern Perspective, whatever it is. You're doing yeoman's work out there, and it is all just as valuable.
And that's the important part, because that's how we're going to get the Trudeau government out of office, is learning what the truth is and talking to each other.
NP Nation is Team Canada, folks, and we're glad to have you with us. Gokodani with 10 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very much. If you received a gift from Gokodani, please give him some love. Bubble Avenue with a 279 super chat. 4 and 2 gates deep. Let's go. That's an awesome reference to Yo Man. Still got to get that Brock meme. Lady Loves Cats with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Gib Salisbury with a $7 super chat. Steve McKinnon was more concerned about Firth's health than the millions of money stolen. Lies, as he was just delaying till summer break. Loser. Hopefully I got the intonation right there, Gabe. John Caldaway with a $5 super chat. I'd like to plead the Firth, Mr. Speaker.
Nice.
Well done. Listless Receptionist, good to see you with a $5 super chat. Thanks, NP, for letting us watch Kristian Firth stand there like a knob as a community event. It is indeed our pleasure. Angela Cordos with a $2 super chat. It's a night of hanging onto your glasses, Cypher. Noted.
Boy.
Osiris Gaming, good to see you back. Remember for 4 months. LibLogic, we work to earn the right to work, to earn the right to give ourselves the right to buy ourselves the right to live, to earn the right to die. That's actually quite good. Well done. Angela Cordos with another $2 super chat. Glad you saw my post to you to cut out the breaks. Okay, so it was you. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Angela.
We appreciate it. Because last time, there was a time, not last time, but there was a time where we weren't able to cut out the green screen and the violin music, and YouTube got mad at us for it.
Because, there's a copyright on it. Tamara Leach with a $14 super chat. Great to see you in chat, Tamara. I didn't know we could just plead mental health problem to get a free pass. Noted. Now evidently a legitimate legal strategy. Mr. Excuses with a $5 super chat. Beckett's scene in Pirates of the Caribbean is how I envision Trudeau watching the Liberal Party sink. Beckett, for those of you who may or may not remember, was the head of the... the West India Company, East India Company, jeez, silly, and he did not have a good ending at the hands of Jack Sparrow. Alice Avonlea, member for 6 months. Hold on to your glasses, Cypher. We all expected a BS show in the house and didn't get disappointed. Looking forward to your take on that quote-unquote show. Thank you very much. Cameron J7 with a $5 super chat. The stand first in the CBC article about the RCMP rating GC strategies. Police say search was not related to ArriveCan. Did Sousa write this? And I'll get to that in a minute. Rabu says with a $5 super chat. I have it on some authority that I shouldn't keep trying quote-unquote Clockwork Orange style, but to those I have to reach but to those I have reached to, I do try.
That means he's not permitted to sit people in front of a screen and open their eyeballs with like that really weird contraption
toothpicks,
thing. Yeah.
And Goko Donnie with a $10 super chat. Fire season is open now, and I'm behind the 8 ball for timing. New rig and delays to get legal. Might not be able to catch all the lives, but I'm there on the overnight replay. Mwah. Thank you very much, Goko Donnie.
Thank you. Stay safe.
And Kurt Denise, welcome back, guys. Is there any way for you guys to post the audio-only episodes on Spotify? Like to listen, but YouTube eats a lot of data. Yeah, I hear that. We've done that in the past. It does take some extra time. I don't know if we're going to be able to do this like tomorrow or anything like that, but it's something that we'll consider in the future as we get some more bandwidth. Hopefully we get some more bandwidth. So let's get into the first item of business, which is... that's not what I want. That's what I want. So for those that don't know and have been waiting like the rest of us for the RCMP to do something, they did something. Yesterday, the RCMP executed a search warrant on Kristian Firth's home. So let's take a look. The RCMP conducted a search warrant on the Ottawa area home of one of the central figures in the ArriveCan scandal, one day before he appeared Wednesday at the bar of the House of Commons for the first public admonishment of a government contractor in more than a century. The home belongs to Kristian Firth, managing partner of two-person IT staffing company GC Strategies, or as Brock loves to say, Government of Canada Strategies. The company received more funding than any other contractor to work on ArriveCan, the mobile app for cross-border travelers that the government launched early in the pandemic. The app ballooned in price and ultimately cost taxpayers $59.5 million at least, according to an investigation by the Auditor General. In a statement, the RCMP said they conducted a search of the residence in Woodlawn on Tuesday, but police say the search is not related to their ArriveCan investigation. The RCMP did not elaborate about what it sought from the home, but said no charges have been laid. Mr. Firth has previously said that he works from home and has no standalone office. So, what was this related to? Well, ladies and gentlemen, when we first heard about that, my hypothesis immediately jumped to the Butler AI investigation. And
that was confirmed.
That
we did
was
see
confirmed.
that part at the beginning. I forget who asked it. It might have been Barrett.
I think it was Barrett,
Yeah.
yes. And I just, I want to give a shout out to Ratika Dutt and Amir Morph, because we would not be here. ArriveCan would not be looked into. It would not be investigated without these two brave young Canadians who had a tiny little company that was trying to do a good thing, trying to root out corruption, help the government root out harassment, detect it, and deal with it. And the government thought that they could squash them like a bug, but instead of squashing a bug, they stepped on a real nasty, rusty nail that was not going to be dealt with that way, and gave them a prick so hard that I don't think they're ever going to forget that, because it has the potential of really blowing open the largest corruption scandal in Canadian political history.
This is huge. I think personally that this is what's going to be bringing down the government. That even if Jagmeet doesn't vote non-confidence, I think that Trudeau and the Liberals will bring down their own government and go to election rather than continue to uncover more and more and more of this scandal.
Okay, before we get into this, let's just catch up on the other super chats that came in, and then we'll get right into it, folks. Richard Hepner with a $5 super chat. Canada is sinking faster than the subs we bought from England.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Caitlin Becker with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much for that, Caitlin. Carl Duvel with $14 super chat. Yes, exactly what Tamara Leach said. Much love to both of you. Thank you very much, Carl. And you. Peter G with a $5 super chat. I want to know when the NDP changed to the NLP, the new Liberal puppy. Patting them on their head and saying them on their way. Yeah. And John Gauthier, good to see you back with a $10 super chat. Conservatives called asking for a donation, which I did. He informed me on what's going on. I told him already up to date from Northern Perspective. Said I was the third person to mention Northern Perspective. Awesome.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Awesome. Irish Mist with a $2 super chat. Is showing cleavage allowed in the House? Depends on how much, I guess.
I was going to say depends on who it is. I don't know.
Yeah. If it's Charles Sousa, no. Joshua with a $5 super chat. Butler was the Lego brick the Liberals never saw coming. Yes, that is the perfect analogy. Thank you for that, Joshua. Just me, Nicole, with 5 gifted Northern Perspective. 5 gifted memberships. I can't speak already tonight.
We're so excited to watch this. Yeah.
And Tamara Leach with another $14 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank goodness for Butler. They are brave Canadian heroes. Yes,
they absolutely
indeed they
are.
Okay, folks.
We are, how many likes behind are we?
We are many likes behind. We're actually about 800 likes behind. So if we can get that up, let's go.
Please hit that like button.
We're not going to hold the stream ransom, but it would be great if we could get those up there, because it will push this out to more and more people to ensure that they are getting the truth. They may not even know that this is happening. So please help us spread the word. Carl Duvel with a $14 super chat. Thank you very much. Vesper Digital chipping in with 20. Thank you very much. It's hilarious, isn't it? Firth can steal millions from taxpayers and fake his way through CVs without a care, but the moment he gets caught, suddenly he's in a funk deeper than the Marianas Trench. The wonders of irony. Absolutely. Mark W. with a joining as MP support. Thank you very much. And a Fife with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you so much. Okay, folks.
Let's do it.
Let's get through this. Let's get rid of you.
I now ask the Sergeant at Arms to admit Mr. Firth at the bar of the House.
At Arms to admit Mr. Firth at the bar of the House.
Someone has not been summoned for this purpose to be admonished and questioned since 1913.
Someone was summoned to be admonished a couple of years ago as a result of COVID stuff. It was public health minister, I believe, or not the minister.
Head of public health.
Yes, thank you. But to be like given a tongue lashing and questioned is unique.
Order à l'ordre. Mr. Kristian Firth, please remain standing until I invite you to be seated. You are attending the bar of the House for being found in contempt, for your refusal to answer certain questions, and for prevaricating in your answers to other questions before the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. You are here today by order of this House for the following purposes. First, to receive an admonishment for your refusal to respond to questions posed to you by the committee. Second, to provide responses to the questions referred to in the committee's 17th report. And third, to respond to supplemental questions. The privileges of the House of Commons are enshrined in the Constitution Act 1867 and the Parliament of Canada Act. This includes the right to institute inquiries and to require the attendance of witnesses. Under the standing orders of this House, they are also exercised by its committees within their respective mandates. These privileges, enjoyed by the House collectively and by members individually, are essential in the discharge of our duties. The House has a power, and indeed the obligation, to reaffirm them when obstruction or interference impedes the House's proceedings and the ability of members to carry out their parliamentary duties. That is precisely what the House has ordered the Speaker, as a guardian of these rights and privileges, to do today. To reprimand you, to reprimand your contempt for refusing to answer questions put to you by the committee and prevaricating other questions. For all these reasons, on behalf of the House of Commons, I admonish you. In addition, the House orders you to respond to the questions you refuse to answer in committee, in whole or in part, and to respond to any supplementary questions. Monsieur Kristian Firth.
Mr. Firth, you have been attending the bar of the House for being found in contempt for your refusal to answer certain questions and for prevaricating in your answers to other questions before the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. You are here today by order of the House for the following purposes. 1. To receive an admonishment for your refusal to respond to questions posed to you by the committee. 2. To provide responses to the questions referred to in the committee's 17th report. And 3. To respond to supplementary questions. The privileges of the House of Commons are enshrined in the Constitution Act 1867 and the Parliament of Canada Act. This includes the right to institute inquiries and to require the attendance of witnesses. Under the standing orders of the House, they are also exercised by its committees within their respective mandates. These privileges enjoyed by the House collectively and by members individually are essential in the discharge of our duties. The House has the power and indeed the obligation to reaffirm them when obstruction or interference impedes the House's proceedings and the ability of members to carry out their parliamentary duties. That is precisely what the House has ordered the Speaker, as the guardian of these rights and privileges, to do today. To reprimand your contempt for refusing to answer questions put to you by the committee and for prevaricating other questions. For all these reasons, on behalf of the House of Commons, I admonish you. In addition, the House orders you to respond to the questions you refuse to answer in committee, in whole or in part, and to respond to any supplementary questions. Mr. Firth.
That you must answer all questions that are posed of you. I would also like to remind you and everyone listening that everything you say as part of these proceedings is protected by parliamentary privilege and cannot be used against you in any other forum.
Mr. Firth, I would like to remind you that you must answer all questions that are posed to you. I would also like to remind you and everyone listening that everything you say as part of these proceedings is protected by parliamentary privilege and cannot be used against you in any other forums.
The chair is aware that you've been briefed on this process. La présidence sait que le processus.
The chair is aware that you have been briefed on this process.
You may now be seated. Vous pouvez vous asseoir.
You may now be seated.
Okay. A bunch of stuff was said there, so let's talk about some of it. So what does admonish even mean?
I have the definition up right here if you like. So admonish is to express warning or disapproval to, especially in a gentle, earnest, or solicitous manner. Admonishment is the noun of that verb that I just read.
So basically what it means is, unfortunately, it means a lot less in Parliament than
It used to.
It used to. If you were admonished in Parliament back in, the 1890s, that was a really big deal.
Well, it's when people really took their honor seriously.
Yeah,
right?
and they were publicly shamed, and they, it was almost the equivalent of, being
Excommunicated almost.
yeah, kind of from the community. Now people take it a lot less seriously, but it is still serious because everyone in Canada is going to know your face, and many people across the world are going to know your face and your name. So doing business in the future is going to be an interesting venture if you can even do that. So that's that part. I've also heard some comments that I've seen around the internet today about because of parliamentary privilege, which is what Fergus just said. That's very important. So what that essentially means is Firth can say a lot, or really anything in here, and he can't be charged for it, he can't be arrested for it, and he can't have it held against him.
But here's something that I found within the parliamentary library that may show that he could be arrested. So this is in regards to parliamentary privilege, and this is in regards to members of parliament, so the MPs. However, I think since Firth is given parliamentary privilege for this hearing, it may also apply to him. It says, freedom from arrest has been confined to civil cases and does not entitle a member to evade criminal law.
There you go. Now, even if he could, which he can't, it seems he can be charged with a federal crime based on what he says within the House of Commons. This doesn't stop the RCMP from literally asking the same questions or using his testimony here to impeach testimony that he's made outside of the House of Commons.
Well, yeah, because this is going to be public record now.
Right. So, the fact that he said something in the House of Commons versus outside the House of Commons, it's going to be very easy to draw a contradiction in that. So there's a lot of different ways that this testimony can be used indirectly, if you catch my meaning. And it allows the RCMP and law enforcement a lot of new information and a lot of different ways that they can navigate their investigation in terms of what to investigate and who to investigate. And we will see that later. So we're about to get into it. Before we do, we're about 900 likes behind. So
Please hit that like button for us. It helps push the stream out. It grabs onto YouTube's algorithm, and YouTube tells more people to come join us.
and because the people that have been smashing that like button, you've already increased the stream size by 500 people since the last time we asked. So let's keep that going, everybody, and keep that number going up. I believe our last record was 3,000 people on the stream. So let's see if we can break that. Okay, now let's get to the administrative stuff, and I'll try and get through that as quickly as I can. So we have I don't know if I got this one. Mark W with joining as NP support. Thank you very much. A Fife with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very much for that. Hugh Jass, member comp for 4 months. Say it, Firthy. Say chalet. Hopefully that lived up to your expectation, Hugh. Goko Donnie with a $5 super chat. What did this clown show cost us? The good thing is, Goko Donnie, this didn't cost us anything extra because all these people are on salary and they would all be paid for this time of day anyway. So it didn't cost us anything extra. So that's the good thing.
So it's brown dollars is what they call it. But the bonus is that it's sucking up time in the House where the government could be trying to put through horrible bills to, take away our freedoms, like Bill 63. So this is taking up that time instead, and it's limiting the government's amount of time to put in destructive legislation.
Yeah, it took up almost a half day of Parliament. Tammy Robinson with a $2.79 super chat. Singh won't stop supporting his WEF buddy Trudeau. Well, maybe this will cause him to think twice. Menacing Muskrat. Nice name. With a $17 super chat. We are witnessing a historic moment in Canadian history. Yes, we absolutely
totally are.
Absolutely we are. Everybody remember this day. This can be an important one. Years and years to come. A Fife with a $5 super chat. If you had God powers to make Firth do or say whatever you wanted, like in Bruce Almighty, see Weatherman scene, what would you guys make him do or say?
I'd make him give the money back. This is taxpayer money.
Yep.
How dare he? Seriously.
I would make him give all the money back, and I would make him give up everybody who's involved in this scandal.
Yes. That they can give the money back.
Yep. Sean with a $7 super chat. Okay, I feel like a dumbass. What does admonishment mean? Okay, so we already answered that. So there you go, Sean. No worries. Trish Pearl with a $2 super chat. If only my parents had admonished me this way. What, brought Greg Ferguson to your house and had him yell at you? And it wasn't even yelling? I think you probably would have been more rebellious if she did that, Trish.
Who is this guy? What's he in my house?
Yeah. I'd like to talk to you about decorum, young miss.
Why is he dressed so weird?
Yeah. Mr. G with a $2.79 super chat. No points of order yet. This feels weird. Oh, just
they're
wait.
Coming.
Ravisays with a $2 super chat. It's similar to being pilloried. Yes, that was the word I was actually looking for in my head, but couldn't come up with it. Thank you, Ravisays. Nilik with a $2 super chat. This is going to get infuriating. Buckle up.
Oh, boy. We've heard to take both mine and Cypher's glasses and put them in the drawer. We wouldn't be able to run the show, though.
Yeah. Tamara Leach with a $14 super chat. Firth is suffering from
emotional damage.
I completely agree. And if he's not yet, he will soon. Gokodani with a $2 super chat. Glasses off. Just do it. If
you guys want us to see.
Oh, there you go. Peter G with the $2 super chat. If likes get matched, he's going to hand out 10 memberships. And we are now only 800 behind, folks. And we've gained another 100 people. So let's go. Diane Sylvain with a $20 super chat. Celebrate this day as this is a step in the right direction to bring back the integrity and honor of Parliament. Conservatives worked hard to get this to happen. Hope we get a code red. And absolutely, folks, for those that, may think, the Conservatives can't do anything because the NDP and the Liberals, this is proof that they can. This is the only reason that we're here, is because of the relentlessness of the Conservatives in committee, behind the scenes, in the House of Commons. They have been pushing and pushing and pushing for accountability, and we've gotten to this point so far. This is the only reason that we're here is because of the Conservatives. So, they all deserve a round of applause and a positive email their way. Menacing Muskrat with a $17 super chat. Thank you so much. Firth must pay back the money as our veterans are going to food banks. Amen to that. Okay, folks, here we go.
The House will now proceed with its questions. La Chambre.
The House will now proceed with its questions.
The House will now proceed to the first round of questions. Each recognized party will have 10 minutes. La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the first round of questions. Each recognized party will have 10 minutes.
I wish to remind honorable members again that all questions are to be addressed through the chair. Avant de commencer,
Before we proceed, I wish to remind honorable members that all questions are to be addressed through the chair.
l'honorable leader du gouvernement.
The Honorable Leader of the Government.
Monsieur le Président,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
could Mr. Firth inform the House as to whether he consulted with a medical professional prior to his appearance today regarding answering questions from the House?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I did. I consulted yesterday.
Monsieur l'honorable ministre.
Mr. Speaker, is Mr. Firth comfortable sharing what the doctor told him?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I am. I'm supposed to not participate in any activity that would cause any undue stress to myself, as being diagnosed with having acute mental health flare-ups, actively under therapy, and also on medication.
The Honorable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, was the information about Mr. Firth's medical condition shared with the House of Commons administration?
Mr. Firth.
Sorry, can you answer the question again, please?
Certainly, by all means.
The Honorable, one moment. Just want to make sure the time. The Honorable Government House Leader.
Was the information about Mr. Firth's medical condition shared with the House of Commons administration?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, we shared it with the clerk.
The Honorable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this information is consistent with what was shared with all recognized parties yesterday individually by the law clerk and parliamentary counsel that Mr. Firth's health is fragile and that a doctor has provided a note recommending that Mr. Firth does not participate in activities such as the questioning today for mental and physical health reasons. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, this information is consistent with what has been communicated yesterday by the Council and to all recognized party that Mr. Firth's health is fragile and that a doctor has provided a note recommending that Mr. Firth do not participate in activities such as the questioning today for mental and physical health reasons.
that Mr. Firth understands that he will have to answer questions and is prepared to do so once his health allows it. I want to be crystal clear. We believe that what happened with the ArriveCan app is unacceptable. We want to assure that all unanswered questions receive answers. That is an important principle of this House. That is why we supported the motion that brings Mr. Firth here today. We want to get to the bottom of this issue, and we want to ensure that committees are respected. Je tiens à être très clair.
I want to be very clear. We consider that what has happened with the ArriveCan app is unacceptable. We want to ensure that all the questions that have been unanswered will get an answer. This is an important principle of the House. That is why we supported the motion that has brought Mr. Firth here today. We want to get to the bottom of the situation, and we want to ensure that the committees are respected.
All recognized parties were individually informed of options to delay the questioning component of today's proceedings until Mr. Firth has been medically cleared to participate, and only the Conservatives refused. On this side of the House, we do not believe that it is appropriate to question Mr. Firth if he is not medically able to participate.
So this was the part that we saw earlier in the day, and I think at this point, I was cursing a lot, and I was like, "What is going on here?" It was after we had announced the live stream, so we're like, "Are we going to be able to do a live stream tonight? Is this the end of it? What's going on? Oh my gosh!"
Yeah, we were pretty concerned at this point. We thought the Liberals were going to try some shenanigans to actually shut this whole thing down. And because we did this quickly because we wanted people to know that a live stream was coming.
Yeah, we wanted as much advance notice as possible. And it was like literally seconds after we finished posting to YouTube, to Twitter, that McKinnon starts with all this garbage.
Yeah, so Firth was coming in and put on his mic, we're like, holy crap, he actually came. And we heard all of the rules and the processes that they were going to do this, and it's like, okay, this is going to go on for a while. This definitely deserves us to do a live stream tonight, and yeah, so we put everything together as it was still rolling, and then dropped this, and then he started saying this, and we were like, what? Wait a minute, what are you saying? Now, just some comments on it. We know people with mental health issues in our lives; they are to be taken extremely seriously. It's hard to say that I don't have any sympathy for Mr. Firth if he has any mental health issues, but let me say it's extremely difficult for anyone to give him sympathy because the reason why he has these mental health issues is he has chosen to allegedly commit crimes against the government of Canada and the Canadian people and effectively steal our taxpayer money for doing virtually no work and working with, or allegedly working with, insiders inside the government that is essentially scamming millions and millions of dollars of our taxpayer money. So if you're feeling a little down about that, if you're feeling a little anxious because you got caught, well, you're not going to get a lot of sympathy from people. I'm sorry.
Well, and that's the thing. If he was not, anxious or depressed or under mental duress while he was committing these alleged crimes, then all of a sudden, now that he's caught, he is I don't have sympathy for that.
Well, and to Mr. McKinnon's point, you want to wait until he's medically cleared. Well, what if he's never medically cleared? Well, wouldn't that be convenient?
And that's the thing about mental illness is you might feel better for a length of time, but a lot of mental illness is never fully cured. It'll come back.
Well, and sometimes acute cases, if prolonged long enough, are no longer acute. They are then sustained, which puts them in a different class of treatment. So, anyhow, that's our thoughts about that. But no worries, folks, because we keep going. We'll Chuck with a $2 super chat. I think it's time to get contacts. Yeah, you may not.
I had contacts for a while as a teenager, and then I had LASIK, and it didn't stick. So now I'm back to glasses, and I don't want to have to deal with contacts again, to be honest.
There you go. DanDeman966 with a $5 super chat. I hope Garnet Jenis asks Mr. Firth now and asks him,
what is it that you do?
There you go. You just bought yourself a meme. Well played. The Warbeaver with a $10 super chat. I think mental health is incredibly important, but when you steal millions of Canadian taxpayer dollars and lie about it, you must answer for your crimes. You don't get to hide behind being quote-unquote fragile. I completely agree.
Yes, perfectly said.
Gokodani with a $2 super chat. Here we go. Glasses off.
Oh, no.
I think he was probably talking about McKinnon there. And holy moly, chat's moving tonight. Trish Pearl with a $2 super chat. I deal with mental health issues. I took offense to this. Yeah, and I think many people should. I think many people should. Vesper Digital with a $5 super chat. At least Firth can afford lots of psychiatry and medication now. Wealth always leads to mental health. Not having a guilty conscience at all. Yeah, exactly. And Diane Sylvain with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. People with mental health problems testify as witnesses all the time in court. There you go. So you can't really hide behind it.
Georgia with a $2 super chat says, "Aw, well, too bad." Yeah. Perfectly said. Thank you. And Coolman0893 with a $5 super chat. It says Firth walked right into a bar and hit his head. No wonder he has mental health issues.
There you go.
And the War Beaver with a $5 super chat. This is like a car thief saying he can't attend his trial because his doctor said it was not good for his mental health.
Right?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. And Alice Avonlea with a $2 super chat. It says jail will cure your mental health condition quick.
And
Or
maybe
make
add
it
some
worse.
others.
Yeah. And Geese with Teeth with a $2 super chat. It says, Mr. Firth, how was your bowel movement this morning?
Oh, I don't think it's stopped yet, Geese with Teeth.
Oh, no. Mr. Excuses with a $5 super chat. It says, I have anxiety and crippling depression because of this government, so I can't pay my taxes.
And then Craig Robertson with a $2 super chat. A doctor's note does not get you out of legal trouble. It does not. And Jarsha with a $5 super chat. Also, how many people are suffering from mental illnesses due to financial stresses brought on by this governance waste that Firth contributed to?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
That's a great point.
And Goko Dani with a $5 super chat. Imaginary, made up, or somehow a convenient mental illness does not count as a defense for being a professional criminal. Come to Gen Pop. We got you. And that, for those that may not know what it is, I'm sure all of you know what it is. Gen Pop is general population. That's where most of the typical criminals are. And if you've done anything that actually goes against the overall honor of being a criminal, like, well,
Hurting children, for
yeah,
example.
Yeah, hurting children or something like that, you don't have a good time in Gen Pop. And they also would like somebody with the let's just say the presence of Mr. Firth. Okay, let's continue.
We want this to be done in a way that respects the dignity of Parliament, and forcing someone against medical advice to do something that a doctor believes could harm their treatment and recovery is indeed beneath the dignity of this place. Nous voulons que cela se
We want this to happen with respect for dignity of Parliament, and forcing somebody against their doctor's advice to do something that, according to the doctor, could undermine their treatment and their healing is not worthy of this House.
demonstration of his character, and Canadians should pay careful attention.
Liberal corruption. You're a bunch of heartless people.
So, if you caught it, it sounded like McKinnon was saying, because the translator kind of cut it off, something to the effect of, the fact that Kristian Firth showed up today is a testament to his character or something like that. And that's when the Conservatives just blew up. And it was probably more than the Conservatives, because all the opposition parties have seen him in committee. So they were not happy with that. And then at the end, you could kind of hear some of the Conservatives yelling, cover up, and then Michael Cooper, clear as day, liberal corruption. And then you heard one of the Liberals say, all you people are just heartless people. Really? You want people to have a heart? Again, and it's what all of you have been saying. You want people to have a heart while these guys have literally taken millions, tens of millions of dollars from Canadian taxpayers, while people are thrown out on the street, living in tents, living in their cars. No, you don't get to play the sympathy card. You don't. Not anymore. Canadians have had enough.
Thank you to Richard Hepner for gifting 5 Northern Perspective memberships. I apologize that we missed this one a little while back, but thank you very much.
White Hill Project's member for 2 months. Canadian MAGA make asylums great again. You can't steal millions and expect any of us to have sympathy for you. No, you can't. Tamara Leach with a $14 super chat. Thank you so much. I'd wager his mental illness was just fine while spending our millions. I would wager you are right, so I wouldn't be wagering against you on that. And next we have Revisays with a $5 super chat. Wait, dignity. I want our tax money back, you son of a bitch. Yeah. I think that deserves Jim.
Oh, come
Selby with a $14 super chat. My mental health has been affected from all the tax money that he collected, Mr. Speaker. I am not a lawyer. I am not a lawyer! But I have a feeling he is feigning his symptoms. It wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. And this is how he tried to avoid coming to committee this whole time. Yuka with a $5 super chat. I'm curious to know who is the doctor who wrote the note for Mr. Firth? Doctor. Hi, everybody. This is Mr. Firth. He is not going to be well to speak in Parliament today.
Did you go to Hollywood Upstairs Medical College too?
Yeah. Right. So, Nilik with a $2 super chat. Come on, tell me you're not corrupt freaking libs. Yeah, exactly. And Diane Sylvain with a $2 super chat. Mental health treatment is free in jail. There you go. Send him there. Send him there. Okay. And the other thing I want to touch on is, so First said, well, my doctor said I'm not supposed to be participating in any activities that can, cause me a great deal of stress. Well, it didn't stop you from participating in the RCMP ransacking your house yesterday, did it? And you seem to come out of that just fine.
Maybe not just fine, but I mean, he doesn't have a choice.
Yeah.
It's not helpful. The Honourable Government House Leader.
I'll repeat the last sentence, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to point out, look who's sitting together over McKinnon's shoulder. You have Champagne
and Mendocino.
And Mendocino. And Mendocino was like rubbing Mendocino, or Champagne was rubbing Mendocino's shoulder earlier. It was really weird.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, it was a little strange.
The Leader of the Opposition is...
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr.
Sorry,
Chair,
wait. The honourable member from South Surrey, White
Government
Rock.
House Leader is purposely causing disorder in this House. You just asked every person here to keep their conduct calm and within the dignity of the House for these extraordinary proceedings. He is saying things that were in a medical certificate that weren't there, because we had House Leaders discussion on this, and now he is using the opportunity to attack the official opposition. This is inappropriate, and it causes discord in this House, and it will cause disruption on a continuing basis. I ask you, Mr. Speaker, to please ask the Government House Leader to conduct himself within the dignity and within the four squares of this extraordinary situation and not continue down this path.
Here, here.
Thank you.
I thank the Honourable from South Surrey White Rock for raising this issue. I see that the Honourable Member from Regina Capel is also rising on his feet for point of order.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Andrew Scheer.
Woohoo! Yay!
And that was the level of excitement that we had when he rose here as well, because he's like, Fergus is drowning up there.
No, we were much more excited. It's just I don't want to scream into the mic
Yeah.
and blow out all your eardrums.
And plus our son's sleeping. So.
Yeah, that too.
But Fergus is already drowning, right? Because he knows the Conservatives have a point. The Liberals were all worried about, when the Conservatives were pushing for this in the first place, and the Liberals were saying, oh, the Conservatives are going to turn this into a circus. Well, you're the ones that are, trying to score some political points here on mental health. Good luck, guys. Rabbi Says with a $5 super chat. Also interesting how empty the seats are on the Liberal side. Isn't it, though? Isn't it? Anyhow. Mr. Scheer.
The same point of order, I think it's very important for you to understand how we got here. It is important to know that the witness was offered accommodations that have been granted, and that should there be further accommodations requested in terms of breaks or any type of need to consult with any professional, that we have signaled our absolute cooperation with that. These are very similar to the accommodations that the witness requested when it took months for him to respond to a committee invitation and further summons. These were the same accommodations that were provided when he finally did testify just recently, Mr. Speaker, and that is how we arrived at where we are today. I believe the dignity of this House, the ability for parliamentarians to do their jobs on behalf of taxpayers. On behalf of the taxpayers, many of whom lost every single cent they had during the lockdown, on behalf of the thousands of Canadians who were ordered into quarantine because of this app, it's essential we can...
I thank the member from Regina Capella. I thank the member from South Surrey White Rock for raising these points, and I would like to emphasize to all members the importance of us conducting ourselves. Canadians are clearly watching this historic event, and they would expect us to conduct ourselves befitting to the occasion. With that in mind, I invite the Honourable Government House Leader to finish his remarks.
Well, the one thing Fergus is right is Canadians are watching. Lots of Canadians are watching. Right now we have 2,840 people on the stream, and somehow we're still behind 900 likes. So if we can get those likes up,
like button.
That would be fantastic, everybody. And Peter G has 10 memberships waiting for the likes to catch up. And just want to, again, I have so much respect for Andrew Scheer. And kind of to Barnaby's point, was he a great leader of the opposition? No. But the integrity that he has and the humility that he has and the fact that he can see the big picture. This isn't about pride for him. This isn't about being embarrassed that, he was replaced by another Conservative leader. He decided to say, you know what, that's fine. Maybe I wasn't the best person. Let's give somebody else a kick at the can, and I will help you with every fiber of my being, with every skill that I have, because he sees the big picture of getting this government out of office. I cannot say enough about Andrew Scheer, and you've seen him time and time and time again bring his knowledge, his experience, both as a lawyer and as a Speaker of the House, and as a former leader of the opposition. He has so much to contribute to the success of this Conservative Party. Like, to anyone who may be living in the Regina Capella riding, you are so blessed to have this guy as your member of Parliament. Just a straight up Canadian that we should all be immensely proud of. So I just want to say that. Warbeaver with a $2 super chat. Mr. Scheer is an amazing MP, 100%, and invaluable to Pierre Poilievre.
And Canadians.
Richard Hepner with a $5 super chat. Libs are all high or drunk, and it shows 100%. Vesper Digital with a $5 super chat. It must be killing Fergus to be doing all this, especially since he has 2 ethics violations on his own record. He can empathize with Firth, right? He's like, that could be me on the other side of that bar. And we have Carol Rome with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much. He's here because of contempt for the government, and waving around a doctor's note continues that. This stress on Firth is very much due. I don't think you'll find anybody disagreeing with that. Wafer for Life with a $2 super chat. Please say, shut up for... Oh, I don't know if I can... I can't do Peter Griffin.
No.
Best I got is Kermit the Frog, but I won't do that.
Yeah, you got to work tomorrow. You can't throw out your voice.
But I appreciate the sentiment. I'll work on Peter Griffin in the background. How's that, Wafer for Life? But anyway, shut up, Fergus. Revisays with a $5 super chat. Sadly, the things that make him a great House leader and Speaker is exactly why he wasn't a good choice as leader. I agree.
Well, and we're all really good at certain specific things. Sometimes you can kind of like cross those talents over to something else, but sometimes you can't. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, there's nothing wrong with being an expert at one thing instead of like 100 things.
And kudos to Pierre's team for putting Andrew Scheer in exactly the right position, because this is exactly where he believes he should be. Diane Sylvain with a $50 super chat. Thank you very much. Point of order. We are forced to deal with this discussion with a narcissistic PM and a deputy prime minister and Libs every day. Tell them all to take a break and get out of power for at least 4 years. We can give Firth cheaper concert tickets for his mental health. Yes.
Front row, right behind the bars.
And Menacing Muskrat with a $17 super chat. Thank you so much again. This house of cards of corruption is about to fall. It's going to be biblical, 100%. Milady Loves Cats with a member comment. McKinnon and Fergus are MPs in ridings literally across the river from Parliament. They are also conscious of their Lib-loving folks in their ridings. There you go. And Spawny420 with a 420 super chat. Fergus can stick his head up his arse.
Oh, goodness.
Gotta love that Westminster insult there. DMAC with a $7 super chat. Thank you, Northern Perspective Fox and Cypher, for great content and chatters. Thank you. Selby with a $2.79 super chat. Firth looks like his bugger sugar is wearing off.
Oh, no.
Oh, just wait.
I just want to make sure that we got these two. The War Beaver with a $2 super chat. Mr. Scheer is an amazing MP.
Yep.
And thank you to Richard Hefner with a $5 super chat. Libs are all high or drunk, and it shows.
Yep.
If you're wondering why we're coming back to some super chats and maybe repeating some of them.
YouTube sucks.
Yeah, YouTube's really off tonight. So if for some reason we do miss something of yours, please tag Barnaby and he'll make sure that we read it right away.
And if we repeat it, then congrats, you got it twice.
You got 2 for 1.
You got a bargain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, you have pointed out in your remarks earlier just how unprecedented this is. We supported this initiative, but we regret that it's come to this. And when we received the information that all parties were privy to, we made what I think is the responsible decision. And I think what you've just seen across the aisle is very confirmation of what I've been saying. Thank you very much.
I will take it then that we will move on to the next series of questions. The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Speaker, the ArriveCan was supposed to cost taxpayers $80,000, but the NDP Liberal government rewarded consultants and insiders who got rich on taxpayer dollars for an app that nobody wanted. The app erroneously forced more than 10,000 people under house arrest. It didn't work, and the Auditor General said it cost at least $60 million. ArriveCan is now under 13 federal investigations. 2 middlemen that do no IT work got rich in a corrupt system under this NDP Liberal government. Some, including the witness today, became multimillionaires. GC Strategies is a 2-person company, and they claim to find people who actually do the work by using LinkedIn. Nearly $20 million for ArriveCan is what they were paid, and roughly $2,500 per hour. They've been paid $100 million since forming GC Strategies just after this Liberal Prime Minister was elected. This is 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister. The Liberal government has been ordered to collect and recoup all funds paid to ArriveCan contractors and subcontractors that did no work on the ArriveCan app. My question, Speaker, has the government asked Mr. Firth to repay the money paid to GC Strategies on ArriveCan?
This is a shot
Mr.
at the
Firth.
Liberals.
Mr. Speaker, no, they have not.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
The procurement watchdog found numerous examples where GC Strategies, quote, had simply copied and pasted, end quote, information to prove the people GC Strategies found to do work on ArriveCan actually did it. Question, has the government asked GC Strategies to repay the money paid to GC Strategies for ArriveCan?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, the numbers that were provided by the Ombudsman and from Public Works we found were inaccurate when we did our assessments. And secondly, we have not been asked to pay any money back.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
For how many contracts did GC Strategies copy and paste the exact same information?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, we've never copied and pasted to win any contract.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Speaker, we know from committee testimony that Mr. Firth has admitted to doing exactly that. Today, media reports that Mr. Firth's property was raided by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. What crime are they investigating?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, that's correct. There was a search warrant, not an arrest warrant, for my property to obtain electronic goods surrounding the Butler allegations.
So this is where I was doing a little happy dance earlier today, since that was my hypothesis, and it ended up being correct. So what were they looking for? No doubt what the RCMP was looking for was any paper documents, probably any computer he had in his house, maybe his phones, anything that could have any information that may be pertinent to the Bottler AI investigation. Now, the good news, folks, is that if they happen to find information that is related to the Arrive scam investigation, well, they get to use that too. And the other thing to consider is if they end up finding any other evidence of any other crimes related to any other contracts that we don't even know about, then that opens potentially new investigations. So the information that they get, if it happens to include other evidence, then the RCMP will just follow those spider webs wherever they go.
Well, and the other important thing to note is that the RCMP had enough probable cause to go to a judge, and the judge issued that warrant.
Right.
So they know something.
So they already have evidence. No doubt there's probably going to be some evidence that they've used that was presented at committee. But here's the interesting thing. It's interesting for a couple of reasons. We don't know what evidence, in addition to everything that's at committee, the RCMP has. And why that's interesting is neither does Kristian Firth, neither does Cameron McDonald, neither does Mindone, and neither does Tony Utano. So up till yesterday, this was just, the RCMP is investigating, but everyone's saying, the RCMP hasn't come talk to me. So everyone's probably feeling pretty safe. Well, the fact that the RCMP raided his house yesterday, that, I guarantee you, has scared the bejesus out of all of these people, because they actually now know that the RCMP is active in this investigation. And they're finding evidence that is at least warranting them a search. So that's something to consider in all this. Now, a lot of people will be like, well, he would have just deleted everything. Yes, he may have deleted everything on his hard drives. However, Mr. Firth is not an IT guy. And he probably, he may not know that there are many ways. And the RCMP would have this. They would probably take all the computers he has, comb through it, and then they would take that same computer, clone it, and then send it to a forensic data recovery expert firm. I don't know if they have that in the RCMP or if they outsource that. So what they do is they take your hard drives and your phones and any other electronic computer-related devices, and they can actually pull off of that hard drive any deleted data. So you may go, oh, delete, oh, it's gone, I'm safe. No, you're not. Because when you delete something, all the computer does is it replaces the 1 that is on that hard drive with a 0. That's it. So it's technically still there. It's just not really accessible by the computer and the operating system anymore. There are ways to scrub that data, but even then, you can get a lot of it back. So that's just something to consider for anyone who may be a little skeptical as to what the RCMP might actually find. Okay, let's get into some of this. Shepard with a $14.99 super chat. Good to see you back. You know what's sad? It's sad that this hasn't had to happen in 113 years. That in itself shows how corrupt this government is. Also, YouTube really sucks tonight. Canada, wake the F up.
Okay, so it's not just on our end. I guess it's being glitchy for everybody.
Yeah. And just to point out, we're at 2,985 viewers and 2,300 likes, everybody. So let's keep pushing that envelope and see where we can get.
Keep hitting that like button. We might get a few more people to join us and break the record.
Ravi says with a $2 super chat. Oh, perjury. Well, kind of. You can't be charged with perjury in the House of Commons. Well, I guess it depends.
Yeah, I think that's technically a criminal charge.
If it's a federal crime, then you could. I'm sure Diane will pipe in on that to let us know. Humble Track by the $10 super chat. Thanks so much. Ignorance is an enemy even to its owner. Knowledge is a friend even to its hater. Ignorance hates knowledge because it is too pure. Knowledge fears ignorance because it is too sure. Great quote. Do you have a book? You must have a book, Humble Tracker. I have a book of Winston Churchill quotes, but you must have a quote of just phenomenal quotes that you have. Spawny420 with a $4.20 super chat. Thank you very much. And RAEU85, I'm sure there's a hidden meaning behind that, with a $2 super chat. He should have just called it a cabin. Yeah, exactly. Rav says with a $5 super chat. Yes, best steepled fingers raccoon grin. We have our ways. Because Mercedes works in the IT industry. Vesper Digital with a $5 super chat. Trudeau should have brought Firth into the PMO. That way the RCMP would not have been able to search further. Come on, Trudeau. Think ahead. And a couple more, and then we'll get back to it. We have a $2 super chat from Chris Accurate. RCMP raid causing Firth mental state. Yes. The Firth estate. Humble Tracker with 10 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you so much. And anyone who's gifting memberships, if you do receive one by them, please give them some love. Okay. We're still at 2984 with 2393 likes. Let's keep it going, folks.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
The Royal Canadian Mounted Police have also confirmed that GC Strategies and ArriveCan are under police investigation. Has the RCMP contacted Mr. Firth about those allegations related specifically to this Prime Minister's $60 million Arrive scam?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, the RCMP has only reached out to us regarding Butler.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
In the search of Mr. Firth's home, did the RCMP take only electronic devices, or were there documents, cell phones, or any other information?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't at my premises when the search was being taken, so I cannot comment on that. I don't have that information.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Does Mr. Firth know if the property of his partner Darren Anthony has been searched by the RCMP?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, as of this morning, it had not.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
GC Strategies is two guys in a basement taking 30% commissions on multi-million-dollar contracts that they had no value to, but have endorsements from senior NDP Liberal government officials. On the endorsements, question, who was the Government of Canada Chief Information Officer who offered a quote?
Okay, this is important. This has been a subject of contention at committee because we've seen over and over and over again, I could have just said repeatedly and saved some seconds there, that there was an endorsement on the GC Strategies website of the Chief Information Officer of Canada offering a glowing review of GC Strategies. And Perth has been asked many times, who was it? Oh, I'll provide that information. Well, that was 18 months ago. Hadn't provided it. Was summoned back to committee. Well, I'll provide that. Still hadn't provided it. So, you got to wonder, why? Why aren't you answering who this person is? Why? The War Beaver for the $2 super chat. Yeah, you heard our cat meow. Fox is out dealing with the animals right now. But this is where we're getting, I think, close to the end of where Fox and I were watching. This is where Firth starts to give up the people he's been protecting this whole time.
Mr. Firth. Mr. Firth, you need time to consult with your counsel.
Every time Firth looks to the left, his left, he's talking to his lawyer, by the way. And sometimes you'll hear a little whisper, and then, you know, that's when Firth looks over to that's his counsel talking to him. So just a little detail to watch throughout.
Yes, please.
The clock has stopped.
Do I talk to them? Do I tell them who the CIO
Firth?
was?
The clock is still stopped. Could you please repeat the question to the honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, and Rideau Lakes?
Speaker, GC Strategies is two guys in a basement taking 30% commissions on multi-million-dollar contracts that they had no value to, but have endorsements from senior NDP Liberal government officials.
Point of order. The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby is rising on his feet.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would appreciate the official opposition to approach this with some dignity. There is no NDP Liberal government. So I would expect that he would ask his questions in the appropriate form, please, through you, Mr. Speaker.
Isn't it interesting that the NDP has had no problem with the Conservatives referring to them as the NDP Liberal government for months? Literally back to September in question period. But all of a sudden, at probably the most watched event in the Trudeau government since they took office, now they have a problem with it. They seriously do not want to be connected with this at all. But if you don't want to be connected to it, then do something about it, NDP. Just saying. Canadians are waiting. Humble Tracker with a $20 super chat. Request to chat. Please do not fall in the easy path of using chat to turn a serious live in a parody. We are better than this. Northern Perspective is on the radar. Would hate to lose the work done over stupidity in chat. Thank you very much for that. And Hunsford with a $5 super chat. I'm here. LOL. I remember mentioning the hard drive thing. I'll bet a chalet they find a lot of stuff incriminating him and many liberals. I guess we'll see. Shepard with a $28 super chat. You're never safe when you delete stuff. There's a place that retrieves anything deleted and even burned. You are never safe ever. Only super IT guys know how to delete and scramble data. Is there a cat in the house? There's two cats in the house. Thank you for that. And that just echoes what I said earlier. So unless he literally got rid of his hard drives and put them somewhere, I think he's in trouble. Excalibur 45 with a $7 super chat. A wish woman said, if you tell the truth, you don't have to remember the lies you told. Thanks, Judge Judy. Yep, and the other way she said it is, if you tell the truth, you don't have to have a good memory. So it's one of my favorite lines from her.
I thank the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby. Indeed, that is the case. I will ask the honourable member if he could just reframe his question. It's a pertinent question, as it is. The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes.
This company has done no work on the multi-million-dollar contracts that they've been given by this Liberal government, supported by the NDP. On the endorsements on their website, who was the Government of Canada Chief Information Officer who provided an endorsement?
Change it to supported.
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, we gave that information over, and the name was Paul Girard.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Are all of the subcontractors that GC Strategies uses Canadian companies?
Mr. Firth. Can you write it down?
Mr. Speaker, can I get clarification? Is that period or during the ArriveCAN application?
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Subcontractors used on Government of Canada contracts.
Mr. Firth.
Every company that we represent and we work with for government contracts have valid Canadian security clearances.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Speaker, not an answer to the question that I asked. Does Mr. Firth have any knowledge or involvement in the reviews for the ArriveCan app on either the Apple Store or the Google Play Store being artificially amplified or paid for? Any knowledge at all?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I know those services exist, but I have no knowledge whether or not they are executed.
Okay, a couple things. So one of the things that Barrett asked him was, were all the subcontractors that were involved in the ArriveCan subcontracting process, were they Canadian companies? Which is somewhat of a requirement for the government, or at least they have a Canadian presence. First response is, well, they have Canadian security clearance. Okay, that wasn't the answer to the question, but thank you. And then the next question. Oh my goodness, I just forgot it. I'm sure it'll come back. Yeah, that's gone. It's getting late, folks. Heartsinger with a $5 super chat. An amazing channel. I follow WWD Pro. Said the other day, the antiseptic to insanity is to call it out. Good advice. Absolutely. And I just remembered what that question was. So related to the App Store, the reason why Barrett is asking Kristian Firth these questions is because it seems as though the ArriveCan app was flooded with all of these like 5-star reviews. And that's not normal, especially for an app like this, especially when you have all of this evidence that it didn't really work. So how could it get thousands upon thousands of reviews? And we showed this to you at one point in one of our previous videos, that it was rated higher and had more reviews than the Amazon shopping app. Like, you look at that and you think, okay, something's wrong. How can the ArriveCan app have more app reviews and a higher rating than the Amazon shopping app? Just saying. Just asking the question. So it's interesting. And if Firth is indeed telling the truth, then that means if the government did procure some services to do that, then they went with a different contractor. Maybe somebody out east? Just saying. Angela Cordosa with a $2 super chat. What was Paul Gerard again? Can't remember. He was the Chief Information Officer of the Federal Government of Canada for the entire federal government. So, big deal. Gokodani with a $5 super chat. Daughter called. I have shite to manage. We'll rewatch NP Family. Thank you very much, Gokodani. Have a good night. And we will see you on the flip side.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island and Rideau Lakes.
Bring my time to the member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, please.
The honourable member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, has 4 minutes left.
Mr. Speaker, the Procurement Ombudsman found that 76% of resources named in bids on the ArriveCan contracts did no work and were switched out for other companies. He termed this the bait and switch, which is often used to sub out expensive subcontractors for cheaper ones, allowing the middlemen to take home more profit. Did Mr. Firth switch out any of his proposed resources on the ArriveCan application contracts?
Mr. Firth?
Mr. Speaker, we were part of the 24% that didn't. Every resource we proposed that were called up for task authorizations were given to the Government of Canada.
The honourable member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, through you, has Mr. Firth ever engaged in bait and switch in any of his contracts with the Government of Canada?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, we were asked to replace resources all the time, depending on if there's discrepancies with their experience, whether they're not working very well, or whether or not they need to move on to another project. They're contractors, so we replace resources frequently under the guidance of the client.
So that is an answer that doesn't say no. what that is trying to do is trying to say, well, we replace resources, but it can't be confused with bait and switch. Meaning, just to remind everybody, so one of the problems with the ArriveCan app is that the CBSA for some reason demanded the maximum level of skill set that the government can ask for in a resource, and that means the maximum price. So GC Strategies went out and got all these people, but the resources they supplied were not at the maximum level, yet they got invoiced for the maximum level. So again, you're paying for somebody that is at a level 10. You're given somebody who's at a level 5. You're invoiced for somebody who's at a level 10. GC Strategies is going and paying that person at a level 5. Their level 5 money. Where's the delta go? And this is what we hypothesized a long time ago, is that we think that delta is the kickback going to somebody in CBSA. Because GC Strategies is already getting paid by the contract, right? And we asked the question, what benefit is it to CBSA to ask for the most expensive resources if they're not getting the most expensive resources and they're signing the invoices for the resources that they know are not what they asked for? The only possible reason is that somebody in the CBSA benefits. So that benefit is that difference in pay that is being taken out of that process, and nobody's none the wiser. So that's our hypothesis in all of this. And that's what you get when you see the bait and switch. Revis says with a $5 super chat, we replace resources depending on their willingness to take bribes and act in a corrupt fashion. Right? That's probably one of the job requirements when GC Strategies is screening them. And Revis says with another $5 super chat, thank you so much. They are called review farms. There are poor folks in India whose job it is to just review bomb or spike in turn. There you go. And that's in relation to the mobile app store reviews. Shepard with a $14 super chat. I have a question. Why are maps that have not been involved in this investigation asking a question? Oh, MPs. Could it be possibly training, or is it to allow more people to see their MP in the house? So MPs that were not involved in this investigation, I haven't seen any that have that were asking questions, and we're not. I know, at least in the first round, it's Barrett, it's Vignon, and Backrack, and they were all in Ogo.
I think Elizabeth May gets a question later on, doesn't she?
Oh, maybe.
Maybe because they're just like, here, Green Party, you have one or two seats, ask a question, because they're not represented in committee because they don't have party status. They're too small.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm wondering actually why they were allowed, because it's technically only parties that have the time. So I guess we might get an explanation later. So I will keep a thought on or my mind on your question later, Shepard, and we'll see if we can come back to it. Good question though. Warren Higginson with a $5 super chat. You know, Firth, if you didn't BS before, it might not have come to. It definitely wouldn't have come to this. And if he didn't screw us out of our money and commit fraud, then it definitely wouldn't have come to this. And he wouldn't be known forevermore as the chalet cabin boy.
The honourable member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. But before she continues, I would like to let you know that we've discovered a little discrepancy in the time. She'll have an additional 30 seconds. So she has 3 minutes left on the clock.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General found in her ArriveCan report that Mr. Firth sat at the table with public servants to draft the requirements for a contract worth $25 million that he was later awarded, and thereby was setting the price. Through you, what are the names of those public servants?
Mr. Firth.
Again, Mr. Speaker, that name was provided in the questions, and the government official's name was Diane Daly.
You will be destroyed!
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a bombshell moment. Cannot underestimate what that has done. and Firth knows. Look at the look on his face. I didn't even mean to pause it at that point, but look at the look on his face.
He looks like a defeated man.
He was, well, he is. He knows he's screwed.
Yeah.
He knows he is completely screwed. And watch Fergus. The one thing like about Fergus's body language, it looks like he's sitting there just saying, "Oh crap." Like he's watching his party go down in flames as this unfolds. So we have 2 new names. Well, Diane Daly isn't new, but we will tell you who Diane Daly is. I put something together because I knew he was going to say this. 2 new names, which means that's 2 new people that are going to be summoned to committee. Right? And I'm guessing Mr. Firth has already given these names to the RCMP. And now that he has to say these publicly, remember, he has refused to say who these people were. He was protecting them. No longer. Now, let's talk about Diane Daly, shall we? So, Diane Daly, she is a person that worked in the CBSA. What did she do in the CBSA? She could be called a procurement specialist, a contract specialist. She was somebody that 2 people in particular, Cameron McDonald and Tony Utano, used all the time when they needed to get work done from an outsourced contractor or an outsourced vendor. So, what exactly is her role? Well, let's take a look. So, when you're these guys, notice the backpack, and you want to get something done, you can't just go to a vendor and make something happen. There's a process that you have to navigate. So, let's say they want to deal with GC Strategies. Again, they can't just go and deal with GC Strategies. They have to follow the government process. So that means they start going to Diane Daly. Diane Daly is their procurement person. So she writes up contracts, she sets requirements, sets up requests for proposals, that sort of thing. But Diane Daly can't just go straight to GC Strategies. So what does she have to do? She actually has to interact with PSPC, which is the Public Services and Procurement Canada arm of the government. All contracts have to go through PSPC. So Diane Daly writes these contracts for her buddies McDonald and Utano in a way that she knows they're going to pass the screening, and she sends them up to PSPC. PSPC reviews them and then says, okay, that's fine. We're going to sign off on that. It sends them back to Diane, and then Diane reaches out to GC Strategies and says, here you go. Okay? All right, fine. Now, what if they're not dealing directly with GC Strategies? Well, let's say, they're dealing with a vendor called, I don't know, Bottler AI. And they don't have any kind of relationship with Bottler, but they want them to go through GC Strategies. So this is what would happen. So McDonald and Utano, again, they still go to Diane Daly. They still give her the requirements, and she writes up the paperwork, sends it through PSPC, and then what she did is she sent it to Cordex and Dalian, and we know who those guys are, or who they were. Their company basically doesn't exist anymore, companies. And then what they did is they then said, hey, okay, so, we're subcontracting down to GC Strategies, and then GC Strategies takes their cut and then subcontracts that down to Bottler. And we saw GC Strategies do this with huge firms like KPMG and with all of these other individual contractors and resources that they supply to the government for ArriveScan. Okay? But look who's at the center of this. Nothing happens without Diane. And Diane Daly is also the person who we have emails in our Bottler declassified series that we did. She was the one that responded to the some of the misconduct emails and the emails of Ratika trying every way she could to get out from under this ridiculous relationship with GC Strategies and Dowling, saying, no, we want to contract directly with you guys. Let's figure this out. And Diane said, you don't talk to us. You talk through these other people, and if you don't do what we say, your contract will be terminated. And guess what happened? Through that, which it's been said to be extortion in committee, because they also wanted all of the evidence and all of their work given to them, Bottler's contract was terminated via Diane Daly. So this is an extremely important person when it comes to the Bottler and ArriveCan and any other relationship with vendors and contractors out there that we may not even know about. Now, here's the other interesting thing about Diane Daly. After ArriveCan, Cameron McDonald moved to where, Fox? Remember?
Oh gosh, was he going to public health?
Public health.
Yeah, okay.
So he accepted a promotion to Public Health Canada. And who did he take with him? Diane Daly. Okay? And she's still doing a similar position. She's supply team leader over at Public Health Canada. Now, let's go back to what Kristian Firth just said. The question was, who helped you doctor the requirements for the contract you would subsequently bid on and win? Diane Daly. She has now been outed in this investigation. So, ladies and gentlemen, this thing is going to get blown wide open. And now that Kristian Firth is basically telling on his buddies, you're gonna see the next bit of pressure be put on Diane Daly, because she's going to be called to committee and asked what she knows. So it's going to be very interesting to see what she now tells committee and the investigations. So I hope everybody has a real clear picture of what Diane's role is in all of this, and where the Conservatives are probably going to be focusing their next the next part of the investigation. So before we get back to here, just going to get through the administrative stuff. So, okay. And ladies and gentlemen, we're at 3,100 viewers. That is a record. Thank you so much to everybody. Yet we're still 350 likes behind, and Peter G is waiting to click that button to give you 10 more memberships if we can match likes to viewers. So if you haven't rung the doorbell yet, please do so now. Angelo Cordoso with a $2 super chat. Yes, may get time in the third round. Thank you very much for that in relation to MPs not involved in the actual investigation. Pinky Moslayer with a $5 super chat. I have a hard time believing anything First says. It's not a college, it's a chalet. Daniel, member for 4 months, with a comment, quickly popped in to like the stream, mentioned NP to a young clerk at a Circle K, and said that he was already watching.
No way, that's awesome.
Early morning to morning. That's
cool.
amazing.
That's
I
cool.
love those anecdotes. Thank you so much for that, Daniel. Shepard with a $14 super chat. Sorry, Cypher, for my last message. It's the way YouTube seems to allow me to type. Yeah, Fox, that's exactly why I asked the question. Yes, he knows he is screwed. Why doesn't he just give up the people involved? Absolutely. And no apologies, Shepard. YouTube is a dog's breakfast at the best of times. Mark H with a $7 super chat. To be honest, this whole thing is an Emmanuel Goldstein 2 minutes of hate vibe. Not saying he isn't a crook and all, just like a scapegoat. Oh, I think he is a scapegoat. The question is he going to... I don't think he's allowing himself to be a scapegoat because he's giving up these names now.
Well, is he a scapegoat, or is he just like he didn't cover his tracks well enough and they were able to catch him?
Maybe both. It depends on the what the other people are going to do now. So it's going to
Yeah.
be a really interesting next couple of weeks.
I mean, if I were him, I'd be trying to broker a deal.
Yeah. Well, he's now talking to the RCMP. He's admitted they talked to the RCMP. Yeah, they kind of reached out to him when they raided his house, but so that's a pretty aggressive way to reach out. But no, he's no doubt talking to them. Richard Hepner with a $5 super chat. 10 out of 8 Canadians pay more on carbon theft than Trudy places in his own pockets. True.
I'd believe that.
Hart Singer with a $2 super chat. Bottler for the Order of Canada. After
Yes.
this, I wouldn't disagree with that.
Absolutely.
Ravusays with a $20 super chat. The people of Canada have to do to Christian Firth what was done to Vidkun Quisling, a person who betrays his people to an outside government is a Quisling. Now, a Firth is a lying fraudster, but worse. Yes, he is immortalized now. I agree with that, Ravusays. Alice Avonlea with a $2 super chat. QB will be so explosive tomorrow. It's going to be interesting.
I think so.
Milady Loves Cats with 10 gifted Earn Perspective memberships. Thank you so much for that, Milady. And likes are creeping up. Great job, folks. Keep going. Irish Mist with a member comment. Maybe Mendocino and Champagne are planted there to intimidate. And that's the best they got. They got a Chihuahua and I don't even know what I called Mendocino. A limp noodle? I don't know.
I
Casper,
don't know, but there's Mendocino Island, which is where you do your job so badly. You just
that's where you get sent.
Yeah, you get sent there to think about how bad of a job you've done.
Yeah, maybe he's a black hole and he's going to suck champagne over there with him. Casper H, good to see you with 10 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you so much, Casper. Stefan Mahoney with a gifted Northern Perspective membership. Thank you, Stefan. Diane Sylvain with a $5 membership. I researched whether Firth can be charged with perjury for lying here. Likely he can. RCMP
Nice.
would have to charge. Excellent. And they would just add it to the list. Thank you very much. So there you go.
But as we've learned from Diane in previous live streams, that they will kind of like throw the book at them, and then it's up to the Crown prosecutor to decide which charges are the most likely to be successfully tried.
Well, it also will help in getting more information out of Firth. So, because there's a charge, and then there's number of counts of a charge, right? Because you can be charged multiple times for the same charge. That's why they call it counts of a charge. So,
Yeah, because I mean, if you rob a bank twice, it's 2 counts of.
Yep.
I don't know, robbery, I guess.
Oh, wrong button.
The honourable member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That is in direct contradiction to the name that was submitted by Mr. Firth as a direct answer to this question from me at a committee last month. Why is the answer changing today?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, the question posed to me was who did I speak with in May of 2022 prior to the contract award? And that was the procurement lady, which was the name I gave. But subsequently, there was a question by Mr. Genius that was posed very similar to the honourable members. And that was who was I engaged with at CBSA when discussing suggestions. And that was Diane Daly.
The honourable member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General also found that the CBSA advised KPMG, a multinational consulting firm, that they would be a subcontractor under his 2-person middleman company. At committee, the Deputy Auditor General confirmed this would allow Mr. Firth and GC Strategies to take an additional 20% cut of the contract, despite not even doing the work to get them as a subcontractor. How many times have public servants provided him with subcontractors?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. It is common for, once you have an existing contract in place, for a client to engage your services to help bring on a subject matter expert that they wouldn't otherwise have access to, or typically, because contracting takes quite a long time, to actually bring them in if it's a time-sensitive deliverable.
And that is completely unacceptable. Even more so, he says, oh, I don't know. Couldn't tell you. So again, imagine how many times has GC Strategies just been handed vendors. Here you go. You don't even have to look for them, Kristian. Here you go. $84,000. Bang. Do no work. Like, this is what Canadians are sick of. Oh, well, time sensitive. No, not good enough. It's taxpayer dollars. That's more than 2 average Canadians make in a year. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. And I know I have a habit of repeating things, but it's just...
He's very riled up.
It prevents the glasses from flying off my
Yes.
face. Dudu with a $5 super chat. Firth is going to hear this a lot in prison. Come here, chalet boy.
Oh, gross.
And I saw the one comment about I need to drink some water. Yeah, I think I will. I'm getting a little parched. So, Goko Dani with a $2 super chat. It's pronounced Quisling. Okay, thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. That was a new word for me. So, okay, on we go.
The honourable member from Carlton Trail Eagle Creek has 30 seconds left.
Mr. Speaker, I will take that to mean that the public servants have provided him with subcontractors many times. Thank you.
Mr. Firth?
Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm not being elusive. I do not know the answer to that question.
Thank the honourable member. On va passer maintenant à l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start these questions by touching once again upon some parts of my speech last week. Unfortunately, we are facing a historic situation caused by various problems. For example, the inconsistency of some information that we received, some information that was inconsistent within itself and also with information received from other sources. In addition, it has taken a great deal of time to receive written responses and requested documents. In some cases, the delay was up to 18 months. That said, I would add that the answers were received, although only after a great deal of delay and insistence. But nonetheless, they were in the end received, these answers. As I was saying, my questions today aim to understand processes, to understand gaps within the public service and its workings and procedures. I am not a court, and I have no intention of being one. I do not want this to turn into a court of popular opinion. I would invite people to focus on our role, finding the flaws in the system, in the organization, in processes, all of this in order to then fix the problems. I would add that crucially, these flaws are nothing new. Many processes were implemented many years ago by the minister at the time, the Conservative minister, Ms. Ambrose. My first question, Mr. Speaker, I would like to know what skills and training were required in order to become a talent recruiter.
Well, you need to know how to go to LinkedIn.com. You need to know how to create a LinkedIn account. And you need to know how to search people.
Pretty sure, like, my grandma can do that.
Yeah.
And she didn't grow up with technology, right?
There is a subscription that you can get for LinkedIn that does help recruiters, and you can perform skill-based searches. So, for example, you can say, look for somebody with, finance or accounting, and it will bring you a whole bunch of profiles, and it will show you these people are open to new positions. These people are, in X amount of country, X amount, X city, and that sort of thing. And then the recruiters go through all these demographic piece of information, the good ones anyway, and then they start screening these individual people, and then they may send, a few of the messages to offer them, contracts. The really bad ones and the agencies, they will just do a blanket skill search and then contact everybody under the sun. They don't look at your profile. You know, you could be the CEO of a company and you may get an offer for an entry-level position. That's how you know which recruiting agencies you don't use at all. So it's not a lot. It's not a lot. Now, Firth is going to come back and say, well, you know, it takes time to build up your network of people and blah, 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 blah. Like, come on. LinkedIn has that network of people. Yeah, is it helpful if there's a bunch of people that you've used before and you know do good work? Sure, it gets helpful. But it's not really rocket science. That's why there's so many recruiters. And it's really competitive being a recruiter because you can make a decent amount of money, but there's so many people trying to do it. Anyhow, Revu says with a $2 super chat, it's almost like Firth is a Firth. Yeah. Filthy Firth, maybe?
Is that a new noun? Firth? You're such a Firth.
Honestly, yeah. Firth is like, it's becoming a noun. It's becoming an adjective. You're so Firthed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go Firth yourself. You know, I don't know. You want to wash them and have a Firth? There's so many different ways you can use it now. Well, Kowalchuk with a $5 super chat. At least everything is coming out of Firth. Firth is thinking about it is only a flesh wound. Yeah, exactly. And Revu says with a $5 super chat. Though personally, unless you are a recruiter, I have found it to be more or less useless. It's more problematic, yeah, and it costs organizations more money. If you're a recruiter, I sympathize. It's a competitive industry, but I don't know anyone who has had really many positive experiences with recruiting agencies. They don't add value. Sorry, but they don't.
I will ensure that Mr. Firth has heard the interpretation, and that will not take away from the honourable member's time.
Firth. Mr. Speaker, I believe I understood the question. There's a series of things. There's building a network that can be just a few years of experience, working with clients, working with resources, understanding their skill sets, understanding their availability, understanding what their per diems are. It's a lot of things that have to be put into place to understand if somebody is perfect for a role. And again, are they the right experience? Are they the right skill set? And then on top of that as well, it's understanding how they respond to RFPs. We're a small shop. I mean, I don't think that's a surprise to anybody here. So myself and my business partner, we had to understand how to look for RFPs on buy and sell, how to respond to them, how to recruit for them, and then how to fulfill our obligations once the contracts be awarded. And then invoicing, timesheets, everything that goes from a 360 desk.
Then I have
the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to make a name for yourself within a giant government apparatus. So I'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, how the Witnesses Company became a benchmark for government talent recruitment.
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the question. I'm not sure we're recognized as a benchmark. We were in a good position to respond and help with the ArriveCan application, with having resources already on the ground, already having them CBSA security cleared, which in itself takes a long time. But that's not typical. It was at that point we were I believe we beat out competition from 2 to 3 other firms. We also, you heard in testimony recently from AWS, Microsoft, and BDO that they didn't have the capacity to build the app. So although I understand it may look like we're the benchmark, we are not recognized as the benchmark with the federal government.
Then I have Député de Beauport.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, going back to well before ArriveCan, at the very beginning of GC Strategies, as a recognized business by the Government of Canada, how did things take place? How was the company able to make its mark?
Mr. Speaker, actually for the first 2 years GC Strategies was in business, We actually were building corporate requirements. We were trying to get onto supply arrangements like TBIPs and SBIPs and ProServe and all the mechanisms to go after business. I mean, granted, they were bluebirds, which is basically means you had no idea these things were hitting the street. And then shortly after winning the first 2 or 3, you then start getting corporate requirements. People start identifying you as being, good at one thing, good at the other. And then at that point, you start building credibility and so forth.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. And I would just state that she has 4 minutes and 45 seconds left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if I'm understanding correctly, the first few contracts received by the witness were received before fully understanding what would happen. If I remember correctly, these were in 2015. So despite the fact that the witness did not know entirely what the processes were, he still received contracts. I'd like to better understand this, Mr. Speaker.
Firth. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I understood what the process was for responding to RFPs, but for the first 2 years we were working in building our credibility through other companies, through like being asked from other subs for working with private sector, and at that point we've built the confidence in our network and understanding how many resources we had access to with specific skill sets that we felt comfortable going after the RFPs that were being put out by the federal government.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know if the witness thinks that government officials, especially with ArriveCan, abided by the rules, procedures and policies connected with their strategic privileged position within the state apparatus and the awarding of contracts from which he profited.
So this is a very strategic line of questioning from Ms. Vignon. What is she doing here? She is trying to essentially pull out of Firth some answers as to, okay, so how did GC Strategies go from nobody to receiving like $100 million worth of taxpayer money within such a short amount of time? And he's saying, well, you know, we got to, and this is interesting. He essentially said that we got to be a subcontractor on another government contract. Think about that.
And they don't do any work other than find people.
Right.
So there was, again, like these ghost contractors. So you have their contractor, the one above them, subcontracting GC Strategies, who then has to go and subcontract somebody else. So they were brought in just for that 20 to 30% cut.
And who were they brought in by? I guarantee you that would be Cordex and Dalian. Because remember, Kristian Firth, one of his buddies that he worked with at Veritac, was the president of Cordex. So why wouldn't they bring them in? And the more your buddies you bring in, the more you can, get contracts and subcontract to each other, thereby increasing everybody's wealth.
Except for the taxpayers.
Except for the taxpayers. So, no doubt, this is what happened. Establish credibility, my foot. Give me a break. And this is an important question that she asked. Do you think that government officials followed the process? So he can easily get out of this one saying, well, I don't know. But really pay attention to these next two questions by Vignon. Claire Enright with a $7 super chat. Glad that there weren't so many thank you for the questions. Yeah, absolutely. That is so infuriating to hear, and it wastes so much time. Stefan Mahani with a NP supporter membership, joining the club. Thank you very much. Ravi Says with a $5 super chat. I got this parcel with these knee pads and an address at Rideau Hall. That's a good one. A Fife with a $2 super chat. This is the bar.
Like, this is Sparta?
Yeah.
I can see like a guy dressed up as Leonidas with like sandals on, like kicking him.
Right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Can I please have that question repeated?
I'm going to stop the clock. Madame la députée de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know if the witness believes that government officials abided by the rules, procedures, and policies connected with their strategic privileged position within the government in awarding contracts to GC Strategies.
Mr. Speaker, again, without sounding elusive, and that's not why I'm here at all, I don't have the answer. I cannot comment on that. I'm not privy to every meeting that happens and every conversation that happens.
The Honourable Member.
Okay, so that's the answer he absolutely should have said. That's the answer his lawyer should have advised him to say, and that's the answer that you would expect somebody to say. Now, Vignon's clever, so she's going to take a different approach.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that the witness does not understand the rules of the public service, but the officials with whom he was in contact, did any of them say that they could not do certain things because, as officials, this did not abide by the rules?
Now, this is a trap question, and it's a really, really good one. Because this now does not, she's not asking Firth to get into other people's minds or make evaluation on government processes. She's now asking a specific factual question. Did anybody tell you they couldn't do something because it was against the rules? Now, you would expect the answer to be yes, if they were. And an example of that is talking to Diane Daly or potentially Cameron McDonald and Tony Utano about doctoring requirements for a contract that GC Strategies would have subsequently bid on. That is absolutely against government policy. So did anybody tell you that they couldn't do that? So this is a trap question. Very, very good one. Okay. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. I am not. Shepard coming in with a $70 super chat. Thank you so much, Shepard. Not the first time he's been hired to build an app and overcharged again. COVID-19 brought out only the crazy and greedy. He thought no one was watching. I bet this has been going on for a while. I can't wait until the RCMP release what they find. Yeah,
yes.
This is the thing, right? And I completely agree. And a lot of people are saying this. Think of the money that was being spent during COVID, like hundreds of billions of dollars in deficits at the government level. Guaranteed, these guys were like $60 million. No one's going to pay attention to $60 million in like a $600 billion budget. No one's going to pay attention to that.
No one will ever know. Right? And I think they've been doing this for a very long time. And this time they just got sloppy. And this time it took two patriotic Canadians, Ritika and Amir, to finally blow the whistle and bring everything crashing down.
This is the whole irony behind this whole thing. So they brought in a company whose business is literally finding and identifying corruption. Those are the people that you brought in.
And those are the people you try to screw over. Like, did you think they were just going to take it laying down? And you know what they probably did? They're probably like, oh, these young kids, they don't know anything. They'll never catch us.
Yeah, they're just a crappy little company. And
they're just two youngins, right?
Yeah, we'll just give them a smack on the head and send them on their way. Good luck with that. How do you like them apples? Anyway, Barn Digital with a $2 super chat. Would waterboarding be too much?
Wow, you guys know us. We don't condone violence. Come on now.
Well, it's not necessarily violence, just severe swimming.
No, it's illegal, right? Like, I don't want to go to jail for like torture.
Revisades with a $5 super chat. Yeah, I somehow doubt that Firth is the only contractor to Firth up. I completely agree with you. And the question is, how many? And we have another one, Sean Broom with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much for that.
And Will Kowalchuk with a $5 super chat. It says, sorry, have to go to bed, work in the morning, so Trudeau, I suppose, can take more of my money, but love MP and all in chat. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you so much, Will. Have a good night.
Get some rest.
Alice Avonlea with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very much, Alice. Keep going.
Mr. Speaker, no, they did not.
Boom. Question was, did anyone tell you they couldn't do something because it would violate the rules? Clear answer from Kristian Firth. No, they did not. By implication. Okay? This is where it gets a little abstract. By implication, based on the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman report, that means absolutely that government officials violated the rules and didn't care. Because we know rules were violated. So no one was saying to Kristian Firth that that it was a bad thing and they couldn't do it because it was going to violate the rules. So now that puts the onus squarely on them. So that was a very key answer. The Colonel, member for 2 months, super excited to have been here for 2 months. Keep Canada free, you two. Honk, honk, PP for PM. Thank you so much for that, Colonel. And thank you again for your service. And Richard Hepner with a $5 super chat. How much of this money got funneled back to Justin's accounts? That's the thing. I don't know if any got funneled back to his accounts or if it was strictly within the people in the CBSA. We don't know that.
Have evidence.
We don't know.
Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General mentioned that members of GC Strategies drew up the criteria for contracts for the contract that they themselves won. I'd like to ask the witness if he believes that a business that draws up criteria should not withdraw from the call for tenders.
Mr. Speaker, previous testimony that came from Amazon and Microsoft last week, I believe it is common practice to offer suggestions because typically clients aren't always best informed when it comes to writing RFPs or putting requirements together. Whether it's cloud computing for Amazon or Microsoft, it is common for government officials or technical resources to ask specific suggestions, understanding what skill sets and what technologies that they have to be privy with to be working on an application or working on projects.
Not if you're going to be the one bidding on it. That's the thing. That's called, what's that C term? Oh yeah, conflict of interest. Like, sorry, in a competitive process, which is in the procurement process, published on the Canadian or Government of Canada website, like, you can't be a vendor bidding on a contract and then help set the criteria for said contract because it undermines the competitive process. The only way that's allowed is if you're actually consulting on what the requirements may be for a contract if you yourself are not bidding on it. That's the only way that works. So for him to say, oh, there's a common practice. No, I don't think so. Rabuses with a $5 super chat, which I lost. Now I'm going to find it. Bureaucrats breaking the rules to line their pockets. Oh, come on. Yeah, come back, Jim. Oh, come on! That one's going to get a lot of use. And Richard Hepner with a $5 super chat. How does the PM increase his wealth so quickly?
Rich people are different from the rest of us.
Yeah,
I mean, Trudeau's been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, so he's probably had like an investment portfolio since he was 2 days old. like with COVID, there was a lot of money to be made.
Yep, unfortunately.
And now there's still a lot of money to be made. Like, you keep hearing that saying, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, and it's all to do with like investments and shares and holdings and things like that.
Richard Hepner with another $5 super chat. I'm not sure if that was a duplicate or not, but it was the same message on both. So hopefully you didn't get charged twice there, Richard. Okay.
And we have Chi828 with 25 Hong Kong dollars. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much for that. Okay.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou has 60 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From what I understand from these answers to my last questions, it seems to me that the public service at the present time feels obliged to find certain specialized consultants because it is not able to determine the criteria for its own needs. So there seems to be a lack of specialization, a lack of specialists, a lack of training. But I would add that it is not logical for a company that has worked at drawing up criteria should be able to bid for a contract with those criteria. This is something that government officials should carry out. And this is something that any businesses that want to bid for a contract should avoid. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou for her questions.
Norm Nicholson with the $2 super chat. That's a conflict of interest. And Peter G making good on his pledge. Thank you very much, Peter. With 10 gifted Northern Perspective memberships, since the likes have surpassed the viewers. Thank you very much. And Rodester Gaming with a $5 super chat. Thank you very, very much. It's a common practice for a consultant. A consultant contract is completely different from a subcontract, 100%. Because if you already have a consultant contracted, they're helping you to actually build those requirements. So there you go. They're already getting paid to do that. And they're getting paid in order to do other things to help you along the way. But you don't consult on a contract that you're not being paid for yet to set the requirements that you subsequently bid on and then win and then get paid for. Like, it's just it's as ridiculous as it sounds.
To the honourable member from Skeena Bulkley Valley, who has 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too am struck by the historic nature of this moment and keenly aware of our responsibility, a sacred responsibility, to not only seek answers on behalf of Canadians, but to ensure that we are not doing undue harm to the individual who's here before us, and that we're conducting ourselves in a way that upholds the integrity, the dignity, and the credibility of this place that lies at the heart of our democracy. And I'll certainly try, Mr. Speaker, to uphold those values in my questioning. We're here because of the serious allegations and revelations surrounding the procurement and the execution of the ArriveCan app, a piece of technology that incorrectly required thousands of Canadians to quarantine, a piece of technology that cost some $60 million, and a piece of technology that was procured in a way that both the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman have found was highly irregular and likely connected to misconduct on the part of the government officials who were responsible. There are two main questions of substance that I believe we were seeking answers to today. The first dealt with Mr. Firth's misleading of the committee when it came to the question of whether he had met with government officials outside of work. And the first time that that question was raised at committee, Mr. Firth replied in the negative, that he had not met with officials outside of work, and then later provided documentation that showed he had met with 3 officials at some half a dozen Ottawa restaurants and breweries. My first question, Mr. Speaker, through to Mr. Firth, is why he chose to mislead the committee in the first instance.
Why did
Mr.
you lie?
Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I'm fully endorsing the abolishment and understanding that there was questions that may have not been answered correctly, and understanding that some of them may have been obtuse, and that's why I'm here today, and we'll be answering all questions like I have been since the last 45 minutes, honestly and to the best of my knowledge.
Oh, come on! Like, I lied, and I was obtuse. That's why I'm here today.
That's why I'm here receiving a tongue lashing from the Speaker and being embarrassed in front of the entire House of Commons.
And in front of the entire
and
nation.
everybody on Parleview TV.
Like, what a stupid answer. Short segment with a $2 super chat. Someone give the interpreter a Kleenex, please. Yeah, it's she's a little bit too close to the mic, I think. And Spawny 420 with a 420 super chat. Are we allowed comedy again? Puff puff pass. And what do we have? YouTube, you're being dumb. Here we go. And Chad Stocking with a $28 super chat. Thank you so much. You guys should look into the Edson Motors Green Grant controversy in BC, where a company called NMP might be doing some very GC strategy scamming of the BC Green Grants. Yeah, we actually we did look into that.
We addressed it on our last live stream on Sunday. Just a quick recap from what Global News was reporting, that the legislature initially had decided not to investigate, and then because of the uproar on social media, so thanks to everybody here, they had decided, oh, you know what, maybe we should look into it after all. Oh, and also we're going to suspend MNP from administering any grants right now while we do look into it. So I think that's a huge success.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what is found. MNP has claimed that they've done nothing wrong. And in short, they are in charge of administering one of the grants for the government, and Edson Motors applied for that grant, was declined, was then subsequently contacted by MNP to say, hey, you didn't win the grant that we administer, but we'll help you apply for grants, other grants, as long as you give us 20% of the grant money as our fee.
But technically they can't request the grant money. It has to be other money from within the company. They can't put that within their application for the grant, because when you apply for a government grant, you have to let them know where every single penny is going.
Well, 6 of 1, half a dozen of another.
Yeah,
so.
but still. But if you want the long answer, you can check out our live stream from Sunday.
Yeah. Justin Brown with a $7 super chat. Holy crap, YouTube. Okay. According to Bush, that is enhanced interrogation technique. Unfortunately, that is torture along with white room. I'm guessing you're referring to waterboarding or maybe Firthing. I don't know.
And we have a super chat from Richard Hepner that was a double super chat. So Richard sent us a new message. It says, okay, NP rocks and this community is super glad to be part of it.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Richard.
And we're glad you're part of it as well.
The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, the question as originally asked at committee was a simple yes or no question. Had the individual met with government officials outside of work? And Mr. Firth replied that no, he had not. My question, which was not provided with an answer, was why he chose in that moment to mislead the committee.
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, at that time, I didn't know how many, so rather than give a fake answer, I didn't know exactly how many people I'd met with. I've been doing this for 16 years.
Mr. Speaker, the question...
The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Speaker, the question was not how many government officials or how many times. The question was a yes or no question. Had Mr. Firth met with government officials outside of work? Why did he refuse to answer that question? Why did he answer that question? Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Why did he mislead the committee by answering that question in the negative? Why?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, at that time, I thought I did answer it correctly.
I thought I did answer it correctly. 45 minutes later, I then corrected my answer. What a guy. That's yeah. That's why you're here. That's why you're here. Richard Purse with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much for doing this. Lots of love from Kootenays, BC. This all needs to end sooner rather than later. Oh, that would be nice. That would be nice.
The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I have a very difficult time accepting that answer and believing that answer to be the truth. The other question of substance that I believe we were here to seek an answer to is which government official, Mr. Firth, discussed the criteria for a contract that he was eventually awarded. And I believe he's provided that name as being Diane Daly. Can Mr. Firth confirm that that is indeed the government official with whom he discussed the contract criteria?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that.
That is very important. Now there is no possible ambiguity because it was the same question asked two different ways and he was asked to confirm it. So, Diane, I'd be getting ready to answer questions from both committee and the RCMP. Vesper Digital with a $2 super chat. I smell an election coming from the NDP.
You know, that's what I'm hoping too. I'm like, as I said it the other day, I'm cautiously optimistic. I don't want to get my hopes up too high, but I definitely think it's a possibility.
We'll see. Or Trudeau's getting sick of this exploding and maybe he'll do something.
The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, I think for Canadians watching, this is really the most troubling of the allegations. That Mr. Firth, on behalf of his company, was involved in setting the rules and the criteria for a contract, a multi-million-dollar contract, that strangely enough, his firm was eventually awarded. To most Canadians, this would look like, and I won't exaggerate, it would look like a rigged system that is designed to benefit Ottawa insiders and make it more difficult for entrepreneurs and small businesses in this country to do work for the government. Does Mr. Firth not agree?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, the RFP, the contract that's in question, had over 220 requirements involved in there. We offered up 3 suggestions, which still PSPC deemed 40 qualified vendors could respond to, and of which 10 showed interest. So I don't see that as overly restrictive.
The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, both the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman found that the criteria for that contract were set in such a restrictive way that only GC Strategies could have been selected as the successful bidder. Does Mr. Firth not agree that that process is profoundly unfair?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I kind of find the Ombudsman's comments to be somewhat subjective after the fact. I cannot comment for why the other 39 people did not respond. People are busy, they're sometimes under the bandwidth, and also for the Auditor General to understand that we would be the only people that could respond to this. There's 635 other vendors out there with corporate requirements, and there's probably 10,000, 12,000 resources out there with technical requirements. Unless they're familiar with all of those, it's hard again to assume that we were the only people qualified to win this.
Well, for him to say, well, everybody, all these people could respond to it. Yes, they could respond to it, but which company matched the criteria to such a degree that only you could win it? It wasn't all these people couldn't respond to it. It was that only you could win it. And he's trying to say, and it's an interesting point. Well, have you looked at all the other 650 vendors out there? Now, they probably didn't, but you don't have to. You just have to know, A, was GC Strategies involved in setting the criteria? Yes. And B, did GC Strategies extremely closely match that criteria? Yes.
Well, his argument is so ridiculous. Yes, anybody could technically apply for it, but it would be like me applying for a job as a brain surgeon. Yes, I could technically apply for it, but I have absolutely zero skill set related to that job, so why bother applying to it?
Right. Joe with a $2 super chat. Kristian Firth, the $20 million tan. Yeah, clearly going to a beach is part of his recommended treatment. And we have Marlon J with a $5 super chat. I feel he still thinks he did nothing wrong. That's what I'm having issues with. It's possible. Like, could be he's that cognitively dissonant that he's just saying, "Oh, I didn't do anything wrong." But if he feels he didn't do anything wrong, why was he lying before? So he clearly thinks something was wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be lying about this stuff. Short check.
I was going to say, and also, why didn't he come to committee when he was requested to come to committee?
Exactly.
You know, why is he sitting there right now being dragged to the bar for being in contempt of Parliament?
Yeah, and you can see the bar literally right in front of
Yeah,
him.
that's the brass rail.
Short sack with a $2 super chat. Truthful each time is easy to re-answer each time. Yeah. Again, you don't have to have a good memory if you tell the truth. You don't have to worry about, well, I answered incorrectly the first time, and I had to correct it with the correct version of the answer the second time. Justin Brown with a $2.79 super chat. Thank you for opening everybody's eyes. Thank you for having your eyes opened.
The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are deeply troubled by the allegations and revelations surrounding the ArriveCan app. Could Mr. Firth, in his own words, describe what those concerns are precisely?
Backrack's fired up.
Mr.
He looks
Firth.
mad, which is good.
Actually, no, I don't think I can, Mr. Speaker. Being honest, I don't know the allegations and accusations around the ArriveCan app. We used the first 3 national security exemption contracts. Actually, only 2 of them, the first and the third, was used to build the ArriveCan application. So, again, not being disrespectful, either I don't understand the question, but I think I'm answering you honestly.
The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
At committee, Mr. Speaker, when Mr. Firth was asked about which government official he discussed contract criteria with, he refused to answer, citing the fact that the RCMP were now involved at some level in looking into the circumstances surrounding the ArriveCan app. And yet, the rules of Parliament and the laws of Canada do not accept that as a valid reason to refuse to answer a question of Parliament. Does Mr. Firth accept the fact that the rules required him at the time to provide a full answer to our questions at committee?
Mr. Firth?
Mr. Speaker, as a result of my embellishment and understanding that I do now.
The honourable member.
So like, oh, that's a yes. Well, really, what else are you going to say? No, I don't accept that? Like, that's, you have to answer yes. Otherwise, you're a complete idiot. Like, all the way through. So, you know, at least he answered that. Right with Says with a $5 super chat. And did they respond using a letter attached to the leg of a European or African swallow? And what was their average wind speed?
Well, if the swallow has a letter attached to his leg, is it laden or unladen?
Right?
That's the real question.
Right? How do you know so much about swallows? You have to know these things as a king, you know.
Member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, in an internal investigation report by the company Bottler AI, there's a characterization of communication with Mr. Firth in which he is discussing the exorbitant commissions charged by his company for the work done by subcontractors. And in those communications, he is alleged to have said that it, quote, sucks for Canada, unquote. Does Mr. Firth recall making those comments?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I've not seen any of that content. I cannot recall saying that at all.
The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, given that Mr. Firth is now brought before the bar of Parliament for only the second time in our country's history, given the grave concerns of Canadians, I wonder if there's anything that he would have done differently in his initial committee appearances to avoid the situation he now finds himself in.
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, absolutely. I would have answered the questions more concisely, taken more time in giving the answers, and putting all written information back to the committee faster.
A very brief question to the honourable member from Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Speaker, earlier Mr. Firth said that no one has asked him to pay back the commission that he earned. I would ask that given that the Auditor General found the government overpaid for the ArriveCan app, given that the app itself didn't work and sent thousands to quarantine incorrectly, given that the Auditor General has called the record keeping around those contracts some of the worst that she has ever seen, given that 76% of the subcontractors did zero or little work, and given that GC Strategies bills itself as a recruitment firm but doesn't recruit, given all of that and the fact that Mr. Firth took $2.5 million in commission for very little work, will he give that money back?
Mr. Firth, a very brief answer, please.
Well,
it's a yes or a no.
Interesting. Very interesting. We haven't seen this part onward.
No, we haven't.
So I don't know what he's going to say. Norman Searle with a $10 super chat. Thank you very, very much for that, Norm. We have a second Norm. Norm! And I saw the other Norm here too, Norm Nicholson. So good to see you both. And we have Selby with a $2.79 super chat. Mr. Backrack, hold my beer, bro. All right, let's see what he says. I don't think I would lose money if I bet that he would say no. So
I earned that money.
Ray says with a $5 super chat. Firth, well, after I was asked, I was hoping my strategy of hiding under a rock would work. But it doesn't seem to work. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, we were the 24%. We were not the 76%, and we did recruit over 50 people to work on the ArriveCan application. Over 100 people in totality at CBSA, and the answer is we did as we were told. We invoiced monthly. At any time we could have been stopped. We were given $20 million and then walked away and built an app. This was not our app. We were paid to recruit and find resources who built the app within 20 days and did subsequent new releases for 18 months, and on time and on budget.
This concludes the first round of questioning. Mr. Firth, would you like a pause before the House proceeds to the next round?
Mr. Speaker, yes, please.
La séance est suspendue.
The sitting is suspended until the call of the chair.
And we're back.
The sitting will now resume.
The magic of television.
That was a fast 10 minutes.
Before we continue with our business, there is some other business that I have to get done. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. Conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
So I'm going to mute that. So somebody said in chat, in short, no. Yeah, in short, no. It wasn't us. It wasn't us that was the sketchy people. It was everybody else. We were the 24%. Give me a break.
The House will now proceed to the second round of questions. La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the second round of questions. Each recognized party will have 10 minutes.
We'll have 10 minutes. I wish to remind honourable members that all questions are to be addressed through the chair. J'aimerais rappeler aux honorables.
I wish to remind honourable members that all questions are to be addressed through the chair.
L'honorable leader.
The Honourable Leader of the Government. We will move on to the Honourable Member for Mégontic-l'Érable.
Notice what's happening here, folks. The Liberals are abstaining from asking any questions. That doesn't look too good. It looks the opposite of good. Looks very bad. Because they're taking this sense, well, we're concerned about his mental health, so we're not going to antagonize it. This looks terrible that you're actually abstaining from asking questions. What it signifies is that you didn't think that Kristian Firth was being a problem in committee, yet you were forced to vote to actually bring him here in the first place. So this is a pretty bizarre political move for the Liberals, and it's not a good one. It really, really isn't. So, be interesting to see how this continues to play out. And I want to make sure that I'm caught up on everything here. Give me one moment. I think we're good. I don't think I'm missing everything. If I am, I'm sure that our trusted people, Jester and Barnaby, will let me know.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to know first from the witness, what are the Butler allegations that led to the search of the residence by the RCMP?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of the allegations. There were 6 points on the search warrant, and I think they weren't very specific to any specific allegation. But from previous testimonies, I'm understanding that it was fraudulent billing and resume fraud.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
Monsieur le Président, le témoin Firth est ici à la suite du scandale libéral de l'application Arrive-Can du Premier ministre, une application qui devait coûter 80 000 $, qui en a coûté 60 millions. Est-ce que le gouvernement libéral, qui a versé des dizaines de millions de dollars pour du travail qui n'a pas été fait, vous a contacté?
Point of order, translation's
Hey.
not working.
The Honourable Member is rising on a point of order.
Il n'y a pas de traduction.
There is no interpretation into English.
The member's question.
May I ask colleagues, was there English translation for the first question? But not for the second. All right.
Could anyone tell me whether the system is working now? I would ask the member for Mégantic-L'Érable to begin his second question again. Thank you.
Is the translator working? Is the translator working? That translator is now working. There you go. Tell me this isn't a government operation. Rabbit says with a $5 super chat. Well, they don't have anyone left sitting in the house anyway. That's a really good point. All the Liberals left, so who's around to ask any more questions? Because they don't want to be associated with this because it's too dirty for them.
Witness Firth is here following the Liberal Prime Minister's Arrive-Can scandal, an app that was supposed to cost $80,000. It ended up costing $60 million. Did the Liberal government, which was cheated out of tens of millions of dollars for work that wasn't done, ask you to repay it or contact you about how to do it?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, no, I was not contacted.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Witness Firth either refused to answer questions or lied to the parliamentary committee after we learned that the Prime Minister's government made him a multimillionaire at the expense of taxpayers. Can the witness confirm that he never lied in the parliamentary committee?
Oh.
That's a direct question.
That is a direct question.
Nice.
Wow.
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, again, acknowledging the fact that I'm being admonished, making history right now, I think I've acknowledged the fact I made mistakes in previous committees.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, can Mr. Firth tell us when he lied exactly?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have the exact information. Again, I'm not being elusive. I just can't allude to which questions and what time and which month.
Is this like I lied so many times I can't tell you?
I lied so many times I can't keep track.
Wow. Do you know, I am very shocked he's being this forthcoming.
He knows he's screwed.
Yeah.
He knows he's screwed.
So, okay, for everybody who previously was like, well, what's bringing him to the bar gonna do? I guess it's like a truth serum.
Well, again, RCMP, again, you have to look at the sequence of events, folks. The RCMP has raided your house, taken a bunch of your stuff, and you weren't even there. So it's like a Dear John letter.
Well, I mean, usually they're not going to raid your house with you standing there looking at them.
No, I know, but still.
Not that I know from personal experience or nothing, but...
So he knows, this isn't just a threat now. It's literally happening. They're all up in his business. You must feel an incredible violation of privacy when they do that. So this has completely rattled him. And they are now actively talking to him. He's screwed. He knows he's screwed.
But violation of privacy, I mean, the judge is giving them permission to violate your privacy because you've done something bad.
I have no sympathy for the guy.
And the judge has proof that you've done something bad enough to issue a warrant.
You're commenting on his truthfulness at the bar. I'm commenting on the fact that his mental state has changed because of that. So they're all up in his business. He knows, okay, just leave it.
I mean, I was commenting on the raid of his house, but yeah.
Anyway, it's so what does this accomplish? A heck of a lot, folks. It is getting a lot more information that was not provided before. So again, applause to the hard work that the Conservatives have been putting in all this time, because this is today. Today is blowing this investigation wide open. Diane Sylvain with a $5 super chat. Was there not a motion in the House that passed saying the Libs had to give the money back to Firth? Yes, there was. It was voted for and passed by the Conservatives, the Bloc, and the NDP, but because it was an opposition motion, it is non-binding on the government. The government doesn't have to do it. So, but that's why the NDP has referenced it, and I think that's why the Conservatives have also referenced it, to point out, again, it's more of a political question, to point out that the Liberals have not asked them for the money back. That's the whole point of that question. It's not. It's really not for anything to do with Firth. It's to show Canadians that the Liberals have no inkling, no desire to go and get their hard-earned money back.
Right. It's kind of a political tool. It's not. It's 100%. Not to actually do something.
Yep.
The something that it's doing is to show Canadians how corrupt the Liberals are.
100%. 5W with a member comment. So do the MPs sacrifice him and eat his heart right after the question period, or are there closing statements first? I think the closing statements first, but we'll have to check parliamentary procedure for you. 5W. We'll get back to you on that. Didi with a $2 super chat. They cornered Firth now. Yes, they did. Revu says with a $5 super chat, just like our glorious PM and his memory about blackface. Yeah. So many times that he can't even remember which time. And Richard Hepner with a $2 super chat. Firth is the straw that breaks it all. Yep. He's been the key to the bottom of the House of Cards.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the witness lied on a number of occasions in committee, and that is why we are here today to try to discover the truth. Can Mr. Firth confirm that he avoided naming his sources within the Liberal government to protect his business model, which results from the Liberal government's lax approach to procurement?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, no, I didn't.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Can Mr. Firth confirm that the 3 quotes on the GC Strategies website were anonymous at the request of the authors of those quotes?
Ooh. Mr. Firth?
I can confirm that was requested.
Ooh. Doesn't necessarily mean anything, depending on who those people were. But what they're talking about is the 3 anonymous endorsements that GC Strategies had on their website that said, GC Strategies did a wonderful job, yada, 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 yada. But please keep my name confidential. We have Roaster Gaming with a $5 super chat. Firth, I've lied more times than JT has, worn blackface. My name is pronounced Roadster. Okay, glad I got it.
Perfect.
Just with German spelling. Thank you so much for that. Click that.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Did these individuals derive any benefit from allowing GC Strategies to use their comments anonymously?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, no, they did not.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I apologize for the delay, but my microphone was not turned on, so I didn't hear the answer. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Calgary-Midnapore.
From Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Firth just admitted that the RCMP raided his house relative to Bottler AI. When Mr. Firth introduced Bottler AI to his consultant colleague, Mr. Von Brennan, he had them email Mr. Jeremy Broadhurst, the former Chief of Staff for the Minister of Finance and the current Liberal campaign chair. Did Mr. Brennan regularly set up Mr. Firth's contacts with elected officials, ministers, and their chiefs of staff?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, that's news to me. I've never engaged Von Brennan to get any meetings with senior government officials.
The Honourable Member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Firth aware that Mr. Brennan's wife works for Procurement Canada?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I was as of the third testimony when that was brought to light, but until then I was not aware of it.
Problem is you can't prove when he was or was not aware of it unless it's in documentation somewhere.
Yeah.
Which, who knows? Maybe they will come out of the raid on his house. You never know. Fierce Philly with a $5 super chat. Just wait till the end. I won't spoil it, but it's crazy. Firth is
Firth.
He's Firth. Is that where he has his heart eaten? maybe 5W was actually telling the truth there. Angela Cordoso with a $2 super chat. Kuzi was super fiery. Yeah, she doesn't
She's been
sound
working
like
really hard on this.
Yeah,
she has, absolutely.
The Honourable Member from Calgary-Midnapore.
What benefits did Mr. Von Brennan provide Mr. Firth for that furthered their professional relationship?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, Von Brennan never provided anything outside of just the work we would give him on a per diem time and material basis for a government department.
The Honourable Member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Firth submitted that he was meeting with government officials outside of government offices. Where did Mr. Firth meet Paul Girard, former CIO of TBS?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I've met Paul Girard at Starbucks on 99 Metcalfe.
The Honourable Member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Did Mr. Firth discuss at this meeting?
Mr. Firth.
I don't remember.
Mr. Speaker, with Mr. Girard's position, and I had 2 contracts within his directorate, it was just understanding if how the contracts were going, thanking the resources were performing well, understanding if there are any issues, and I think just general Chief Information Officer duties.
If that's all there was, why was he keeping him secret? That doesn't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, Judge Judy, it isn't true. Timothy Kennedy with a $10 super chat. Donation to cover the translations over time or pay for a loaf of bread and truth.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Timothy. And Rabu says with a $5 super chat. I know. He'll be liberal in those emails in the underwear drawer.
Who prints off emails and keeps them in their underpants drawer?
Mercedes, maybe.
The Honourable Member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Where did Mr. Firth meet Monsieur Philippe Johnston, former CIO at NRC?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, could Baton Rouge, that was underneath where his department was, or it could have been a coffee shop?
The Honourable Member from Calgary-Midnapore.
What did Mr. Firth discuss at this meeting?
Mr. Firth.
So, Mr. Speaker, at that time is very similar to Mr. Girard. We had contracts within Mr. Johnson's department, and I think it was just a health check on the contracts, making sure that my resources were performing. If they weren't, then they'd let me know this and we'd replace them.
30 seconds left to the honourable member from Calgary Midnapore.
Mr. Firth has made connections and met with public servants for over a decade, wining and dining them for contracts. Officials became comfortable with the system. Officials allowed Mr. Firth to charge millions because they weren't willing to follow the rules and used Mr. Firth as their way easily out of accountability. Through you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Firth, who are you protecting in this corrupt system?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not protecting anybody. I'm just going about my business like an IT staffing firm does.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, all my questions will be through you. Did Mr. Firth review the content of the search warrant executed on his house yesterday?
Mr. Firth.
Yeah, I skimmed through the 6 pages, yes.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
Did the search warrant specify a forgery pursuant to 366 of the Criminal Code and fraud pursuant to Section 380 of the Criminal Code of Canada?
Mr. Firth.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I skimmed through, and to answer honestly, I cannot give that answer accurately.
There's something about Brock just asking these specific questions that just gives you chills. And his buddy, Mr. Cooper, right next to him, and he's just having his time, right?
I didn't realize those two sat together in the house.
I don't know if they do, but
as
people leave, you can shift around, right? So
yeah,
it
I
doesn't
suppose
matter.
that's true.
Really good closing by Kuzi. Predictable answer by Firth. And Vesper Digital with a $5 super chat. As a former jeweler, a single weakness can shatter even the strongest diamond, illustrating how a weak spot can shatter even powerful entities. Completely agree. You're only as strong as your weakest link, right? So the trouble is some people don't know where that link might be or who it is. Rabu says with a $5 super chat, it's the only way to make sure Doan doesn't delete the...
Good point. Very good point.
Rose says with a $2 super chat, Brock. And Angela Cordosa with a $2 super chat, Cypher, get ready to remove your glasses. Okay.
And I have a message for Norman Cyril. I understand that there was like a malfunction with your super chat. So if you want to tag Barnaby and just type your text, he'll make sure that we get it and we will read it next time, like next break.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Firth admitted that he altered 2 resumes, replacing a 2-month internship with 51 months of professional experience. On another occasion, he inflated 7 years of experience to 12. He claimed that this was a mistake. He didn't have consent to manipulate the resumes. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, we've mentioned this previously in previous testimonies, but we encourage the RCMP to do investigation into the Butler allegations, whether it's fraud over 5,000, because we believe it's going to exonerate us.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
He clearly didn't answer the question. I'll move on. How many other times has Mr. Firth altered materials and resumes to the government since 2015?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, it's a common practice to engage with a resource, understand, because not everybody's CV or resume completely aligns with requirements that are coming out. They may have the experience, but we just have to speak with them to qualify that.
Okay, so this is where I think Brock could have asked this question differently, because if he wants to be technical here, a lot of times what recruiters will do is take the resume of the individual and just put it into their company template. Technically, that's altering the resume, right? So he could technically say, well, we alter all resumes. So I think that question should have been a bit more specific. How many times have you altered the requirements in the resumes without the knowledge of the people that are the owners of those resumes? That's probably a better way to ask that question, because unfortunately, the answer could be legitimately every single one. So it just depends on how technical you want to view that. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything here. I don't think I am, but I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. Looks like we're up to date.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
I'm asking for the number, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have a number.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Firth's actions amounted to forgery under the criminal code. He altered resumes to secure government contracts, thereby fleecing the Canadian taxpayer. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, the allegations regarding the Butler resumes were on a contract that had already been awarded. So these were task authorizations. No contract would have been decided either way by these resumes. It was one business.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Firth's actions further constituted a fraud on the Government of Canada. Section 380 of the Code stipulates that everyone who by deceit, falsehood, or other fraudulent means defrauds the public of any property, money, or valuable security. Both offences are punishable by indictment, and upon conviction, he could face a maximum prison sentence of 10 to 14 years. Is he aware of that?
Mr. Firth.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we're looking forward to the investigation by the RCMP because we believe it'll incinerate us.
If you check his eyes in some of these, Brock's hammering it home, and Brock's role here is to scare the bejesus out of Mr. Firth here.
Isn't that Brock's role all the time?
Yeah, yeah.
He does a good job of it too.
You can't stop the Brock.
That's right.
Like, oh, it's okay that we committed fraud because the task authorization, aka the quote-unquote contract, was already done. So it's okay. Sure it was. Rev saves with a $2 super chat. I altered the deal. Pray I don't alter it further. I love a Darth Vader quote. Leslie Robbins with a $2 super chat. I have exorcised the demon. This house is clear. I love an Exorcist / Jim Carrey quote in there. Oh no, I'm sorry, that wasn't Exorcist. That was Poltergeist. Gotta love some of those good old movies. Transcription with a $10 super chat. One of the crossbeams gone out askew on Treatle. Mr. Doan just told me to come in here and say that there was trouble at the mill. That's all. I didn't expect a kind of parliamentary inquisition. That's a great one. Well done, transcription. That's a good...
I'd like to let the honourable member from Brantford Brant know that he has 25 seconds left on the clock.
Mr. Firth's actions were not accidental but intentional. This was not a mistake. He knew his resource would not qualify for taxpayer monies without manipulating their experience. Does Mr. Firth think that the Prime Minister or the Liberal Cabinet Minister should be at the bar answering questions today instead of himself, or is he willing to go to jail for them?
Oh.
That's a direct question.
It's also provocative.
Indeed.
And I forget her name, but there's an MP just over Brock's left shoulder, and she has been just grinning and like, you know that feeling you get, I assume most people are hockey fans because we're all Canadians, when your enforcer jumps over the boards to go after the guy who's been like going after your star player with his stick and slashing him and doing all kinds of, shady plays. You know that feeling you get when your enforcer goes over the boards and you know what's about to happen?
You're like, yeah, go get him.
It just feels like that's what she's feeling right now. Like, this guy's on my team. Just excellent performance by Brock here. Aside from that one question. Aside from that, just amazing performance. Diane Sylvain with a $5 super chat. Brock is looking for a code red and a mental health flash of truth. Yeah, I agree, Diane. And no doubt, Diane, you've been in similar situations where you're trying to make that crack so you can get in.
The Honourable, Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, can I speak to my counsel, please?
Mr. Firth?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not even sure what the question is there.
Yeah, neither are we.
Neither are we.
Je regrette, wish to inform the honourable member that his time has elapsed.
Oh.
Spicy.
Well, okay, so the Conservatives are going to get upset here, and rightfully so. Because when the Bloc has asked the question before, when the NDP asked the question before, and Firth responded, I don't understand the question, what did Firth do? Stop the clock. Please repeat your question to get your answer. And given the question that Brock asked, do you think the Prime Minister or Liberal cabinet member should be at the bar instead of you? And are you willing to go to jail over it? So Fergus doesn't want to give him the same rules.
You mean the speaker, the Liberal speaker?
The Liberal speaker is supposed to be unbiased.
Right, who has no history of unbiased or nonpartisan roles in the House. So he was never a chair. He was never a deputy speaker. He was just kind of thrust into this position. You mean that guy's being biased?
Yeah.
Say it ain't so.
Yeah. Well, I imagine Cooper is having this question.
What the hell is going on?
And we may even hear it from him. We'll see.
I hope so.
Rebbe says with a $2 super chat, crunching noises as Brock breaks him.
He's going to make soup with his bones.
Like Ivan Drago in Rocky IV, I must break you. And, oh man, this is probably the glasses moment. Like, what is... Okay. Shivam Gupta with a $5 super chat. Fundraiser for Jagmeet Singh's pension. Yeah, why not, eh? Anyway, this is not going to go well for Fergus.
Well, I have to. The honourable member from Brantford Brant. I'd like to inform him, and we will be able to show him this on the record. But actually, by the time you had finished your question, you had already elapsed the time that you had had.
I respect that, Mr. Speaker. He clearly indicated he didn't understand the question. In terms of fairness to Mr. Firth, he should be afforded an opportunity to be rephrasing the question, perhaps slower, so we can understand it and respond accordingly.
Point of order. Point of order.
The honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Liberal Government House Leader Kevin Lammer tries to come to the rescue of the Speaker.
I thought McKinnon was the House Leader.
Deputy.
Oh, I see.
Diane Sylvain with a $5 super chat. In cross-examination in court, there is no time limit to questions in cross-examination if the accused chooses to testify. That's interesting. Thank you very much for that, Diane. I learned something every stream.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, you started off today about talking about the importance of decorum, and I do not think it's appropriate for the member opposite to be challenging the Speaker when the rules, as you expressed them, were very clear. The time has expired. That means we move on to the next person, and he should not be challenging this chair.
I appreciate the intervention from the Deputy Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. I'm going to take a moment to consult on this matter.
Because you've already done it multiple times with the Bloc, and you've done it with the NDP. So, in fairness, Robert says with a $2 super chat, it's almost like he isn't qualified for the job. Yeah,
you don't say. Yeah. And yes, I know everybody can hear our cat. He's hungry. He's always starving, but he gets especially starving this time of night.
What is it that you do?
The chair is going to permit the honourable member from Brantford Brant to please put a question within 10 seconds so that the witness, Mr. Firth, can answer the question.
Table overrules the chair.
Nice.
Like, come on, Fergus. Like, Fergus is
so ill-suited for this role. Like, he's been doing it for how many months now, and he still hasn't bothered to learn the rules.
Yeah,
like,
it's
come
like
on.
6 months, and he's so uncomfortable up there because, like, he sees what's happening, right? He sees what's happening and what's going to happen. Rose says with a $2 super chat, oh my God, there are liberals still there. Well, yeah, somebody has to introduce point of order. So.
Does Mr. Firth think that he should be solely responsible for this scam, or should the Prime Minister, the Liberal cabinet ministers, and certain members of the Liberal backbench should be at this bar facing consequences, legal consequences?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, again, I don't want to be elusive. I can't comment on this. That's kind of speculative, and I'm not sure what I can do here.
L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, far be it from me to defend the Canadian Parliament. After all, it's an institution that I would like Quebec to no longer owe anything to one day. But I do want to defend the principles that are embodied by this Parliament, respecting democratic institutions and the parliamentary democracy that Quebec is part of. A few weeks ago, the Auditor General's office tabled a report on the management of the ArriveCAN app. According to her, the Auditor General, the management of this application was the worst she had seen in her career. It was supposed to cost $80,000 and in the end cost $60 million. Also in the AG report, we learned that a two-person business whose owner is here now pocketed more than $19 million for this project. That company, GC Strategies. We also learned that this ArriveCAN file was only the tip of the iceberg. Recently, it was revealed that GC Strategies and its forerunner, Corridor Systems Consulting, received nearly $108 million in contracts from 2011. And manual searches found more additional contracts. We also learned in the AG report and others that there were various other things like whiskey tastings, dinners, golf tournaments, and others. These social occasions involved both Kristian Firth, the witness here today, and government officials. So it's perfectly healthy in a self-respecting democracy that parliamentarians who are responsible for ensuring that the state apparatus works well, it's completely appropriate that they closely examine what happened to ensure that it doesn't happen again. And that is why the owners of GC Strategies were asked to appear at committee on multiple occasions. Mr. Kristian Firth refused to answer numerous questions and compromised parliamentarians' work by not sending requested documents within a reasonable time. He even lied at committee, and he refused to send a list of public servants that he did business with. He did send it just now, but it is not complete, according to what we heard at committee. It's very clear that this points to major problems at the level of procurement. For nearly 50 years, it's been so hard to pre-select companies for the government to do business with that SMEs that don't actually offer any service of their own end up receiving commissions to indirectly put the government into contact with the companies that will actually do the work. It's completely absurd, Mr. Speaker. And here we have a person who profited from a broken system and pushed that to an extreme. I'll give an example. When the CBSA identified KPMG as being a business that it wanted to work with and that was already in the list of pre-approved businesses, CBSA contacted KPMG and the work was going to be done, but then a CBSA public servant called KPMG to announce that there would be an intermediary in the contract, which was GC Strategies. And we learned that Mr. Kristian Firth met with KPMG in that file, and that's exactly the problem, Mr. Speaker. It's that Kristian Firth and his two-person business did not deliver even the service that they said they would, a headhunting service, a recruitment service, that they did nothing, and that nonetheless they pocketed $84,000. So my question for Mr. Firth, does he think that taxpayers got value for their money for this $84,000?
Great question. I'm gonna take this super chat because it's related to what I'm about to say. Mercedes with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. I hate what the block stands for, but this is evidence that several of their MPs are worthy. Yeah. So, you know, it's unfortunate. Like, you know, they all have to put their political platform, you know, as they get it, because they know Canadians all over the country are watching. But I dislike the disrespect that is, you know, showed towards the Canadian Parliament by the Bloc, because they're like, well, you know, we don't even want to be here anyway. But, well, like, you're here. Get over it. Move to Paris if you don't like it, because this was settled long ago as to whether or not Quebec was going to leave, and the vast majority of Quebecers don't want to leave. Just saying.
And I think it's getting even less over the years.
Yeah, like it's done. So anyway, after all of that, Natalie asked a gloriously wonderful question. Very, very well put together. So I completely agree. You have these, like, the Bloc has some phenomenal MPs. Mr. Villemur, Miss Vigneault, Natalie here, Barnaby's girlfriend. And they're just really, really good, solid MPs. And either it's them putting together these questions or their staff. Like, just, it's really good all around. Anyway, the question being, listen, you bid on a contract that you were going to find people to do this work. And then CBSA goes and finds KPMG and says, hey, go to GC Strategies. They have a contract and you'll get paid through them. Well, then GC Strategies didn't deliver on the contract, did they? Because you found the resource. Why should GC Strategies get money? That doesn't make sense, does it? Like, it's complete crap. And they get paid $84,000 literally for sitting there, holding a piece of paper. It's ridiculous. This wouldn't fly in the private sector. Just saying. Mighty Mouse with a $2 super chat. Fergus is a DEI hire. We all know how well those go. I won't comment on that one way or the other, but I think everyone can...
Well, we all know D'Entremont was supposed to get it.
Yeah, he was. And then all of a sudden, Fergus. And then, you know, of course, they have to comment on his race when he's taking over. When should have nothing to do with it. Should be who's the best qualified for the position.
Precisely.
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. The reality is this is common practice for people with existing contracts. They get subcontractors to come through their company because typically the time to procure directly, even if you're an existing one of the 635 vendors that could do work with the government, it takes too long. So again, I was not aware of the file and what the urgency was and the deliverables, but I did know that there was timelines were very tight. So my assumption, again, this is being speculative, was they were leveraging the contract that I had because it needed to be done quickly.
Yeah, but you shouldn't have gotten paid anything for it. That's the point. $84,000. That's the whole point. And the irony is that $84,000 to KPMG is around the same amount that the ArriveCan was estimated to have cost in the first place. Dan Savane with a $20 super chat. This just came to me. Brock was actually doing his closing argument to Canadians, and he really did not bother to get any truth from Firth, knowing he is a liar. This can be done to convince a jury or a judge in a cross-exam. Yeah, I don't think he didn't expect Firth to answer that question at all. But the funny thing is Firth actually played into his hand and said, I didn't understand the question. So Brock was like, wait a minute, I get to do it again.
But that's a very astute observation, Diane. Thank you.
And Ravi Sadis with a $10 super chat. Their ancestors were given a choice: stay and swear to the English crown, or don't and move to Louisiana. In my opinion, all of them gave up their right to reject the crown on that day. There you go. There's winners and losers in war, and for some reason, centuries later, people are still trying to grieve it. And it happens all over the world. Norman Searle with a $10 super chat. The vaccine research was partly paid for by the government of Canada. Royalties were paid. Do we know where all the money went? I don't think we know, Norman. We haven't really looked into that. We've been focusing on the actual development of the app and not all of the other pieces around COVID. But thank you very much for that.
The Honourable Member for Talbot. Mr. Speaker, based on what we heard at committee, public servants were doing their they're doing best for contracts to be granted quickly, which is why in certain cases there were uncompetitive RFPs. So once again, we're hearing contradictory things. According to Mr. Firth, why didn't this public servant just pick up the phone, call KPMG? Why did they instead tell KPMG that there would be an intermediary who would get $84,000 for doing nothing? Why does he think the public servant did that?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, again, I've been elusive. I can't comment on why somebody picked up the phone in a government organization and made a call.
And that's a reasonable answer, folks, because you're saying, well, why do you think the public servant did that? When you're under threat of arrest and threat of jail.
Well, and you can't get into somebody else's head.
That's the point, right? So they have to phrase the questions in a way that doesn't require them knowing the operation of somebody else's mind.
The Honourable Member for Talbot. Mr. Speaker, does Mr. Firth have a number in mind for the value of gifts in kind or money that was offered to public servants in exchange for contracts?
Mr. Speaker, yeah, that number is 0.
The Honourable Member for Talbot. Mr. Speaker, to sum up, Mr. Firth never paid for a coffee, a restaurant meal, a golf game, whiskey tasting, despite everything we heard at committee?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I've admitted I would go out and I would invite government employees to lunches, to coffee, but understanding that if they were to show up, they'd already gone through the regular chain of command and have already asked permission to accept that.
The Honourable Member for Talbot. Well, this is a good example of a contradiction. We went from saying that the amount is 0 to admitting that indeed there were dinners, golf games, whiskey tastings with dozens of federal public servants and so on. So I will repeat my question then. What's the number there, whether it be in kind or in money? What is the amount given to federal public servants?
Mr. Speaker, the first question was specific to what was given to receive contracts by government employees. That's why I said it was 0. Once the contracts had been awarded through regular procurement practices, they became a client, and we would have frequent meetings to check on the health of the project, whether that was over lunch or whether that was during coffee.
The Honourable Member. But why do that if it was not to obtain federal contracts?
Mr. Firth.
Because I'm looking for Mr. Speaker, I'm looking for a health check on how my resources are performing and whether or not also I need to replace any if they're not.
The Honourable Member. These people with whom the witness had coffee with or whiskey tastings, had he pre-identified them as people who could grant him contracts, or were they simply people that he just met in the street?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, they were clients who we engaged with once we'd won the contracts.
So this is going to be interesting because did you give any gifts to people that were used to win contracts? And he's saying no. We gave gifts to people after we won the contracts. But here's the thing. It depends on how you look at it. Because the gifts could be given as a thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know you've come home from work with like pens and backpacks and reusable bags.
Not from Amazon.
No, but just like swag essentially that the company's giving you for saying like, thanks for working with us.
Yeah, and it's stuff. And executives get taken to, like sports games and concerts and comedy shows and and whiskey tastings and all of this stuff, right? It's done for a couple of reasons. Sometimes it's done before a contract is done, but not often, because they don't want to present the appearance of bribery.
Right, it's usually done after it's been completed and like everything's over.
Well, and what it is, it's an incentive to give another contract later, right? It's a, hey, thank you for what you've already given us, and there may be more thank yous down the road. So, for him saying that, oh well, it's it wasn't to win a contract, it was given afterwards. Everybody knows how the game is played, so darn well what you were doing is a thank you for what you've already given me, and you may get more thank yous if you give me more. That's what this is for. So let's not play games here, Firthy. James Felsian joining MP supporter, thank you so much. And my chat is really being annoying. Pinky Emo Slayer with a $5 super chat. I wish the interpreters match the emotion of the parliamentarians. Some of them do.
Yes, the Australian gentleman. He's the best.
And there's a Scottish lady, I think, that does it as well.
Yeah, she does, yeah.
L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
Monsieur le Président, c'est ce qu'on appelle. Mr. Speaker, that is clearly offering a service paid in kind to obtain a contract. That's the very definition. Next question. Mr. Firth justified his hourly rate, $2,600 per hour, by the fact that he didn't just work 9 to 5 Monday to Friday. Does he believe that Canadians and Quebecers got bang for their buck for that amount of money that they paid for many hours of Mr. Firth's time?
To Firth.
Mr. Speaker, the hours that we're quoting were specific to ArriveCan. We had 22 other departments and other contracts we were working on at that time. And I'd like to also remind that we were picked. We didn't solicit, and we provided services to over 50 resources were in there and delivered on 170 releases on the application.
So he keeps saying, we delivered. You didn't do shit. Like, I'm sorry, but you didn't, like, don't be taking credit for the work. You've admitted in committee that you're not an IT expert, so you didn't deliver at all. You gave resources. That's all you did. And the ridiculous thing is they had ArriveCan plastered all over their website saying, oh, well, we built ArriveCan. You did not.
And now that website's gone.
Now it's gone.
And you can get it for the price of $12,000.
Yes. We're not buying it.
No.
We don't have the money to buy it. Even if we did, we're not buying it.
We're not giving that kind of money to Firth, even if we did have
that's
it.
probably his that's probably his lawyer fund. Robert says with a $5 super chat, and here are your tickets to your favorite sports ball game.
Yay, sports ball.
Yeah, exactly.
L'honorable député de Terrebonne, qui a 1 minute.
The honourable member, 90 seconds. Mr. Firth and Mr. Anthony met at Veritac, which was accused of colluding on contracts in 2009. At the time, Mr. Firth was working there. The judge who looked at the matter stated that all employees should receive anti-collusion training. Does Mr. Firth remember anything from that training?
Cette séance pour l'instant.
I will just interrupt this for a moment.
So James Metcher says, Cypher swore. So
Mr. Firth.
I'm on my way back to Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, in 2009 at Veritech, I was a recruiter. I was not involved in the sales cycle whatsoever, so I don't think I had training in 2009.
L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Well, even a recruiter is considered an employee of a business, so that's a real shame. What we see here today, Mr. Speaker, is that there's a real problem in procurement, and there's been a loss of control when it comes to gifts accepted by public servants, as we've seen today. So I think that CPSA, which was one of the main government agencies to offer contracts to GC Strategies, should be placed under examination because Quebecers and Canadians need to get back the money that was wasted on this business and others.
Mr. Firth, if you would like to answer, you have about 13 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I know we can stop the clock. Can I please have the question again? Please, I wasn't getting through in my headphones very well.
It wasn't a question.
On va demander l'honorable député de Terrebonne à répéter.
I will ask the member to repeat. Mr. Speaker, does the witness agree that if public service didn't respect internal procedures, they should either lose their jobs, or if this is a generalized problem at the CBSA, that agency should be placed under monitoring?
Mr. Speaker, I believe if there's any wrongdoing that's been found, there should be repercussions.
The honourable member from Edmonton-Griesbach now has the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think Canadians across the country, members of Parliament, are disappointed, not just in the dramatic failure of the procurement system in our country to address the real issues of value for money, but it sheds light on what is a terrible instance of reporting, missing information, lost invoicing, and we don't even know the total amount today. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious and grave matter facing our country, and one that stems back now decades. We heard that through testimony at the Public Accounts Committee, to which I'm a member, several times from other contractors that would speak to us about the tremendous vulnerability that exists in Canada's procurement system, but also exists in the lack of investment in our public sector. According to the Globe and Mail, for instance, since 2017, GC Strategies has received $46 million in federal funding. The flow of tax dollars to GC has increased steadily each year, growing from $32.6 million in the 2016-2017 fiscal year to $80.3 million in the 21-22 fiscal year. Now, according to the Auditor General, GC Strategies ArriveCan app cost Canadians almost $60 million. And the total is still undetermined due to that very lack of documentation and paper trail, a serious and grave error in and of itself. On top of that, we notice that this vulnerability of our public service and procurement creates a system where insiders are able to profit in extreme amounts because of a system that doesn't have the proper accountability, that doesn't have the proper follow-through, and albeit in this particular instance, lack of proper procurement. Canadians are rightly disappointed. Not only that, they're angry with the very real fact that Canadians wake up every single day, they go to work, they pay their taxes, and they do everything right. And then to be told that the tax dollar that they work so hard for isn't going to closing the gaps in social or economic outcomes or material benefit for Canadians, but is going towards the dramatic outsourcing of jobs that Canadians in our public service could do. I recognize that not all IT services, of course, can be dealt with here at the House of Commons or in our public service, but that a great deal of it could. So my question's now through you, Mr. Speaker, to Mr. Firth. When did Mr. Firth first start doing contracts and business with the Government of Canada?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, my first contract would purely mean 2011.
So here's the thing. There's a big irony here. Although the questions that the NDP ask are good, the problem with all of this is that their party was the ones that kept voting yes to keep giving more and more money to ArriveCan the whole time. So they're in a bit of a hypocritical position this whole freaking time. And this is where they really need to be taking a look at their leader, Jagmeet, because they're trying to do quote-unquote good work, but Jagmeet makes them all look like a bunch of asses. It's ridiculous, and this is why the NDP are flip-flopping in their polls.
Well, and Blake had said something about accountability. I mean, that's supposed to be your job as an opposition party, but you guys have decided you want to play government.
Well,
So-
only when it suits them.
Well, maybe they should just stop entirely and do their job as an opposition party.
Right. And Peter Julian, oh, you know, we're not part of the government. Well, you certainly act like it. Unless, you know, you want to start pointing the finger at Justin Trudeau. And then the next day you turn around and vote for him. So either crap or get off the pot. Canadians are watching and we're waiting. Make your choice. Private saves with a $5 super chat. Wait, what? We need a larger bureaucracy to fix the broken and corrupt bureaucracy? Yeah, right?
Liberal logic or
NDP
slash
logic.
NDP logic. Yeah.
Definitely
I was going to
NDP
say,
logic.
they both say it, so.
We've spent so much money. Hurry up. We need to spend more money so we can stop spending more money.
The honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach.
What are the names of your various companies that have contracted or subcontracted with the Government of Canada since that time?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I can't probably remember them all, but I'll do as best I can. So, KP. Sorry, can I ask?
That's the lawyer.
Sorry, can I get qualification on that question, please?
Lawyer's like, no, idiot. Didn't ask you what the names of the companies you subcontracted to, you idiot. What were the names of your companies that you were a owner of? Which is going to be GC Strategies. Silly person. Making sure, yeah, we're good. Like, what a guy.
We'll stop the clock. Do you need to consult with your... or?
This is how we know Firth is not the
I'm
mastermind.
not certain what you're asking, Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I just want qualifications if you're speaking about my companies or companies that we do sub work through.
The honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, I'm inquiring as to the names of the companies that he is the owner or co-owner of since the time of 2011 that has been doing business with the Government of Canada.
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, the only IT staffing firm I've had is GC Strategies as an owner. We were not part of Codale.
The honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach.
Much to the chagrin of the Liberals and the NDP, because they can't blame Harper.
There you go.
Just saying. And I had a thought of the only reason that I can think of why the Liberals are not asking questions. Because the camera is never showing the Liberal Party.
Well, because they're not there. Did you see when they had paused and they brought the camera up and you could see the gallery in the one
Right.
corner? There's like hardly any Liberals there.
But my point is I think the strategy they've taken is better not seen and not heard, to try to not have Canadians even realize they're even there to be associated with this. That's the best I got, folks.
Maybe. My thought was that they didn't want to be seen as berating a grieving man or someone who's having difficulty or who is ill. You know, poor Kristian Firth. We don't want to be seen as asking him these tough questions, so we just won't.
The conspiracy theory, which there's no basis in fact in this, is that they didn't want to have Liberal people going too hard at him for fear that he may turn around and say, all right, fine, I'll tell everybody everything.
Yeah, it was you. It was you. It was you.
Yeah, hey, yeah. You,
Yeah.
and you. So that's a conspiracy theory. There's no basis in fact. Nilik with a $2 super chat. I will be these questions when I talk to Blake. Okay.
Awesome.
Perfect. And we are going to be having a response for your question, Nilik, that you sent through Barnaby. So hang tight. We were busy today.
Does Mr. Firth believe the work that his company has done, GC Strategies, in relation to ArriveCan was good money for Canadian dollar?
Of course he's going to say yes.
Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the team we put forward, and again, as attested to by AWS, Microsoft, and BDO, were the only ones at that point that had capacity to build this application. So I'd say yes.
The honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Firth in the past has spoken about his worries or concerns or even at times perceived rejection of the Auditor General's report, in particular to this fact as well in regards to dollar or value for money. What does Mr. Firth have to say in relation to the Auditor General's report on value for money?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not questioning the report. I'm just, again, it's the inputs that were given to the report. There's a big delta between the 19.1 million that that the AG's report claimed that we used to build the application versus the 11. But because of the financial system and the tagging for other projects associated, because these contracts were pandemic response contracts, they weren't specific to a ArriveCan app, I can understand why there's a discrepancy.
Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Now, Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that when our public service does the job, that they're doing it knowing that the most important piece to that is the outcome for Canadians, making sure that the service is truly up to the standard that Canadians expect. When we outsource that work, when we take that job away from the public sector, when we take it away from those who work for the better good of our country, it comes with a price. It comes with commission and it comes with profit by the private sector in this particular instance. So how much money did Mr. Firth take home from these contracts?
Where do you know that?
Mr. Speaker, again, not being elusive, I don't have that exact number in front of me. Sorry.
The honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to not be able to supply such a number when, as a matter of fact, the company would have been the responsible for not only issuing invoices or issuing the amount owed to them, but it's also up to an owner of a company to administer and to have paperwork for their employees, including themselves if they're paid. Does Mr. Firth suggest that he hasn't paid himself or hasn't kept track of payments to himself? And if not, how can we in this chamber are able to get this information and what he supplied in writing later?
This is cringy grandstanding, unfortunately, at this point. So, like, committee has already been given this. So this seems like an attempt just to have him restate it for national television. Number two, do you know the exact amount you've been paid?
No, that's what an accountant's for.
Right. So, like I'll give this one to Mr. Firth. Yeah, he's not going to know. He may know a ballpark. And here's the thing: they do quote the $80 million and all this. That was paid to GC Strategies, but remember, it wasn't kept by them. They take a commission on top of that, and the rest of it goes to whoever they're subcontracting to. So some contracts could be 20%, some could be 30%, some could be 24%, some could be 27%. Now, so what Firth could do is, basically understand, all right, I've been paid this much, and I could do the average. It's beneficial for him to do that because he doesn't want Canadians to hate him even more than they already do. So that's most likely why this is being answered in such a way. Reba says with a $5 super chat, better keep your mouth closed and have some think of you as an idiot, then open it and remove all doubt. Yes,
Very true.
I love that quote. It's a good one.
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, I can answer that question. I just don't have the answer right in front of me right now. Like I was not given a set of questions that will be coming at me in the next hour and 20 minutes. Sorry.
Mr. Firth, there was a second part to that question.
Can I ask the honourable member to repeat it, please?
Clock has stopped. The honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach.
Would Mr. Firth supply the amount he took home from government contracts?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I think that information has been provided to the committee.
The honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach.
You and your partner, or Mr. Firth and his partner, Mr. Anthony, have both made accusations that the Auditor General's report is false and that she is lying. He made clarity to my question in relation to some of the numbers supplied. In addition to those numbers of supply, what other areas of that report would Mr. Firth contest?
Mr. Firth.
Anytime.
Off the top of my head, Mr. Speaker, the numbers one is the one that's caused the most media attention, and so that would be the one that I would be more focused on making sure that was corrected.
The honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach.
The Office of the Procurement Ombudsman says that, quote, overly restrictive mandatory solicitation criteria favored GC Strategies for a $25 million contract. GC Strategies had been involved in the development of their requirements, which were included by the CBSA in a request for proposal for a contract ultimately won by Mr. Firth. To be clear, Mr. Firth's company, GC Strategies, by evidence of the Ombudsman, participated in the recommendations set out in a request for proposal to which Mr. Firth's company applied and was awarded a contract. Does Mr. Firth understand that the Auditor General concluded in that investigation that there was no evidence to the effect that GC Strategies supplied a proposal even to get this contract? Can Mr. Firth please explain how and who from the CBSA requested information related to a contract like the one that they were recipient of, and what aspects of that proposal did Mr. Firth supply for requirement?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like just a quick clarification on the question. The Auditor General identified no proposal for the national security exemption ones, not I don't think the one that we're discussing right now.
Mr. Griesbach. I'm sorry, the honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach.
In what capacity was Mr. Firth involved in developing and contributing to the CBSA requirements for the ArriveCan contract?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, the previously mentioned there are 220 requirements in that RFP. There were 3 suggestions we put forward, understanding that they need to know the technology stack, they need to know the types of resources they would need. From that point onwards, that was everything. And the 220 other requirements were all public information that could be obtained through buy and sell or any other RFP that's hit the street. And on top of that as well, it was PSPC that still deemed 40 qualified vendors who could respond to this RFP.
The honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach.
Can Mr. Firth please explain the process, in particular the timeline of events, that enabled Mr. Firth's contribution to that RFP?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I was approached in May of 2021, I believe, for suggestions and understanding what kind of requirements they would need for a team to continue the work. And I believe the contract was awarded a year later, and there was no conversation in between that.
The honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach has 20 seconds on the clock.
Does Mr. Firth believe that to be a conflict of interest?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I do not. Again, these were 3 suggestions of 220 that went through multiple levels, that went through multiple departments before it being even awarded and evaluated.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Those 3 suggestions, assuming he's telling the truth, which there's no reason to believe that he is, could be very key. Like, what if one of the requirements was the company has to be named GC Strategies in order to win the bid, right? That could be one out of 200 requirements or even 2,000 requirements that would guarantee that your company is the only one that can actually win the bid. Now, that's not going to be one of the requirements, but the requirements could be so specific, right? So just because you're saying, well, there's only 3, it doesn't matter. They could be so specific that it would guarantee that you would be the successful company bidding. And that's why it's a conflict of interest. Frickin' guy. Anyway, $2 super chat from Angela Cordoso. Why is the speaker having trouble speaking? Right?
I wonder if he's nervous.
Isn't that kind of his job? It's literally in his title. So if you can't even do what is in your title, then it's kind of a problem. Just saying.
This concludes the second round of questioning. Mr. Firth, would you like a pause before the House proceeds to the next round of questions?
Mr. Speaker, yes, please.
La séance est suspendue jusqu'à la...
The sitting is suspended to the call of the chair.
And we're back.
À l'ordre.
Order. The sitting will now resume.
The sitting will now resume. The House will now proceed to the third round of questions.
The last
Each
round.
recognized party and the Green Party will have 5 minutes. La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the third round of questioning. Each recognised party and the Green Party will have 5 minutes each.
All questions are to be addressed through the chair. J'aimerais rappeler aux honorables députés.
I would remind honourable members that all questions are to be directed to the chair.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Firth said today that he was completely unaware of connections between Vaughan Brennan and senior Liberal staffer Jeremy Broadhurst. Completely unaware of connections to senior Liberals. But Mr. Firth received a text on February 1st, 2021 that was subsequently reported in the Globe and Mail that specifically described the involvement of the Deputy Prime Minister's office where Broadhurst was Chief of Staff.
We have not sped up this video.
No, I bet he's got a lot to say and he's trying to say it very quickly.
Yes. He's trying to use his time wisely since he only has five minutes. Like, holy moly. He is speaking very, very quick. The interpreters have to be having not a fun time translating what he's saying. Barry, M with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much. After watching this, I wouldn't be surprised if Justin hasn't already sent an application to him to join his party, and Firth would fit right in.
Yeah, he's a crook. There you go.
Does Mr. Firth want to correct his earlier response?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I have no knowledge. I cannot remember sending that text message.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Firth received a text message on February 1st, 2021. It was reported in the Globe and Mail. That report in the Globe and Mail, along with other information, sparked subsequent hearings at the Government Operations Committee. Is Mr. Firth claiming he didn't read that article or the text?
He skimmed. Mr. Firth.
Oh, I just heard.
Mr.
I just heard Brock.
What did he say? I missed it.
All I heard Brock is say scam.
Nice.
That's all I heard. Diane Sylvain with a $10 super chat. Another
idea, possibly.
Oh yeah, another idea. Treasury Board does not normally, as a central agency, have coffee with subcontractors to quote unquote check in on contracts. Treasury Board is a central agency. They testify to that at committee. Yeah, so you are, I would say, 90% correct on that, Diane. Like, Treasury Board does have internal applications and infrastructure, so it's possible they did some work, but the CIO oversees all IT in the federal government with all agencies, and each agency has their own individual CIOs. Now, there's no direct reporting relationship between the CIOs at these agencies and the federal government CIO, but whatever the government CIO decides and implements in terms of policy, in terms of technology decisions, the rest of the CIOs are expected to follow that. So to Diane's point, it would be weird unless there was a contract for something specifically in Treasury Board, like that agency, for the CIO to have coffee with Kristian Firth, if he was doing work at another government agency. It wouldn't make sense in the slightest.
A few folks in the chat are saying Brock said skim, S-K-I-M.
Oh, maybe. So, interesting. I'm glad the mics are picking up more than they do in committee.
Speaker, I cannot remember that text message and I can't remember that article.
The honourable member from Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
A final chance to tell the truth. Will the witness tell the House about any connections and relationships between him and Jeremy Broadhurst, or that he is aware of between Vaughan Brennan and Jeremy Broadhurst? He received texts. It's in the Globe and Mail. Will he tell the truth?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, again, I do not know of any communications, or did not remember that text message, or I haven't seen the article.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Firth claimed today that it is common practice for clients to request and receive suggestions about the content of RFPs from those who bid on. How many times since 2015 has GC Strategies provided these kinds of suggestions to government clients regarding RFPs that they then bid on?
Great angle. Mr. Firth, let me reword this for Mr. Genis here. Mr. Firth, could you please tell us how many other times you've engaged in this same practice. So you can incriminate even more charges on improper bidding of government contracts and violating conflicts of interest protocols. Can you please tell us how many times you have done that so we can add that to your list? Robert says with a $2 super chat, thank you very much. So all the CIOs are now deleting emails. And they're shredding the pillow papers.
Mr. Firth.
Again, Mr. Speaker, without being elusive here, I do not have that number. I don't know.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Will the witness undertake to provide a response to that question in writing to the Speaker and the Government Operations Committee within 14 days?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, we were kind of spoken to previously. Do we have to provide information to the House?
Isn't that why you're there?
You have to committee, which is why he included committee.
No, but you do to the House as well, because it's a breach of the MP's parliamentary privilege, is it not?
Well, he was asked to provide information to the House today, so I think what Janice is kind of angling at is just highlighting the importance of it. Technically, if it'll go to the House and then go into the committee, right? Because that's all of this is related to the OGO committee.
I'm going to pause the session while I consult the chair.
So, again, Fergus is just double checking to make sure he's giving an accurate answer to Firth on what he is required and what he is not required to do.
To all honourable members, the process which was set forth by the House was that subsequent to this, to the calling of the bar and the admonishment and responding to questions and supplementary questions, that this matter, the answers from the questions that are being provided by Mr. Firth would be referred to the government, to the House committee for them to evaluate and to make recommendations. The honourable member from Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, rising on a point of order.
The witness has asked if he has to provide responses.
Right.
I would submit to you that the whole reason he is here is because he has refused to provide responses. This is why the House is taking this matter so seriously.
So what I understood Mr. Firth to say to the honourable member was that he was asking whether or not he had to to provide a response to the Speaker of the House. The point that I was making before in terms of the order that the House had set out, the order that the House had passed, was that what testimony is brought here today will be referred to the committee.
I think Greg Fergus went to the same speaking coach as Justin Trudeau.
I almost wonder if he's ill or something. Like, he's not behaving the way he normally does.
Well, he's never really been a good speaker.
But like today, something's especially off.
Again, I think he's cracking under the pressure, probably.
Could be.
Or he could be right. Maybe he's ill. Who knows? And he loves being in front of the camera, though, at the same time. So, I don't know. I don't get it. Robbie says with a $5 super chat, aren't the committees just splinters of the House? And so, if anything, there is more onus to supply information to the House. So they technically are, but they're not. They report into the House. They are different functions. Of. Like
they're more focused, I suppose.
Yeah. Now, it's funny because I was saying to somebody earlier, this whole thing feels like OGO on steroids. Because everybody's there and the Speaker of the House is there and it's functioning like a committee, yet it's the entire House that's there. So it's interesting, but they're required to provide whatever the committee asks of them. So therefore, I think what this boils down to is Janice is asking documents to be provided, so they should order. The answer should be yes. Yes, it has to be provided to OGO. Go. Let's go. Stop wasting time. And Angela Cordosa with a $2 super chat. Fergus is so inept at his job. Yes, he is. That's all I have to say to that.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Will the witness provide the response in writing to the question I have asked that he claims to be unable to answer? Will he provide it in writing within 14 days to the Speaker and the committee, yes or no?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I will.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Why did the government go to GC Strategies for this sort of advice? How did GC become a favoured contractor and advisor regarding RFPs to the Government of Canada?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I got my first contract in 2011 and have done subsequently since by just responding to RFPs. I haven't become, I don't think, I mean, it's flattering to be a recognised person to provide requirements and help for the federal government.
Order. We're looking for members to conduct themselves in a manner that is befitting of this occasion. The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Speaker, it's very flattering indeed. According to committee testimony, Mr. Firth received $2,600 per hour spent working on ArriveScan. That's substantially more than the earnings of an average NHL player. Very flattering that they came to him for advice. Very flattering that he was paid so much. Does he see this as a reasonable rate of compensation for what he did?
Mr. Firth.
Great question.
That's a great comparison too.
Well, and like, it's funny because Firth almost made a huge mistake. He almost ended up saying, well, you know, I got my first contract in 2011 and, you know, I've been on various, RPs. He was about to say, I'm by no means an expert.
Then were you getting paid millions and millions of dollars?
Well, and so then why were you consulted with to develop the requirements of this? Right? So... Angela Cordosa with a $2 super chat. Janice sure does not need a mic. Well, he kind of does when when it goes out, but yeah, you can still hear him.
Mr. Speaker, again, in the testimony they were quoting hours towards ArriveCan. We had 22 other departments and 20 other contracts we were working at the same time. It's impossible for me to spend 250 hours on one contract when I have to service and maintain other projects with other clients.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Is the witness involved with any other companies?
Mr. Firth.
So, just my holdco. That is the 50% owner of GC Strategies.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
What is that holdco, and does it do business with the Government of Canada?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, my holdco is a numbered company that was used to register the name GC Strategies.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Does it do business with the Government of Canada directly?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, it does not.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
The witness discussed the health of contracts outside the office with Paul Gerard, Treasury Board CIO. Did he discuss replacing resources or increasing resources at that time?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I've had many conversations with Paul Gerard. I can't remember every single one of them.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan only has a brief period of time, but he's been asking very quick questions.
Did he discuss new contracts? And since he claims to be unable to answer that question, will he respond to it in writing as well?
The honourable, sorry, Mr. Firth.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I thought I did answer the question.
I'm going to ask the honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan to rephrase the question.
Like, are you paying attention?
The question was, in meetings outside the office with Paul Gerard, did they discuss replacing resources or increasing resources? Did they discuss new contracts? And if the witness is unable to answer that question, will he provide a response in writing?
Mr. Firth.
I will respond in writing. I don't have all those information and I don't have every conversation with Mr. Gerard catalogued.
Reprise question.
Questioning by the member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Interesting. I'm saying interesting because I have not seen questions asked from the deputy leader of the bloc. Robbie says with a $5 super chat, no, it is the company that we use to wash the money and get it out of the country.
Seriously.
It sure might be.
Question that Jester is actually asking. Who's Paul Girard?
Paul Girard was the Chief Information Officer of the Government of Canada at the time of ArriveCan.
There we go.
He was replaced by Catherine Luella, who was then replaced by Dominic Rochon, I think.
Earlier, the witness mentioned that he had doctored 2 CVs that led to the attribution of the contracts.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think I said that earlier.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. I'm convinced that he did. I was here. I don't understand why he said that he didn't say that, because earlier the Conservative mentioned, did you doctor 2 CVs? He said yes, but after the contracts were awarded. Did I misunderstand?
Mr. Speaker, I didn't say I doctored 2 resumes. I said that the business was already won. I didn't amend any resumes to win any contracts, and the contracts were for the resumes were for a task authorization that was already won business.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. He didn't say that he then amended. He amended the contracts after. The CVs after.
Mr. Speaker, I've never amended a contract.
The Honourable Member for La
damn
Prairie.
well what he said.
Earlier, our witness said that public servants got changes after the contracts were given. Is that what he said?
I just caught Vignola's eyes looking at Firth. They had daggers in them. Just daggers, because the way he's responding. And he's playing stupid when he knows darn well what these questions are. But it's, because the interpreters aren't getting it, exactly right. He's just responding to the mistakes that he knows that the interpreters are making. Leslie Robbins, welcome to NP Supporter. Welcome back. As it's not your first time around here. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, I do not understand the question.
We will suspend the clock, and I will invite the member for La Prairie to ask his question once again. I'm ready. Can I go? Earlier, the member for Terrebonne asked the question, did you already pay monies or get gifts in kind to public servants? And the witness said yes, but only after contracts were awarded. Is that true?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, we don't give gifts and do bribes to win contracts.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. He said earlier that he paid for restaurants or things like this to public servants, but he said that he did after contracts were awarded. Is that true?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, that's correct. We would always, once the contract's been awarded, you want to have a relationship with your client to understand if your resources are doing a good job or if they're not, and try and pivot and move as fast as possible to replace them.
Yeah, we don't bribe people to before we get the contract. We bribe them after. It's so stupid. Because it's not bribery if we give them all the stuff after. Jeez. Anyway, this guy. Robert says with a $5 super chat, Princess Bride Miracle Max voice. Liar!
The fact that the invitation went out and the officials showed up suggested that they followed the code of conduct and they'd already asked permission from their superiors.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. So for a public servant, for him is the client. Is that correct?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, if we're doing government business, correct.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Is it possible that when you give premiums or gifts after a contract, is that before another contract, possibly?
Mr. Firth.
There you go.
I believe it would be before another contract, but that doesn't mean that it's for me.
Isn't that what we just discussed?
Yes,
like
it is.
Maybe 20 minutes ago?
It's exactly what we just discussed.
I thought so.
It's like, yeah, if you give us another contract, you may get more gifts. You may get more whiskey tastings. Like, jeez.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. So, inaudible for the interpreter.
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, it was inaudible for the translator.
We will stop the clock and ask the member to re-ask the question. If I may, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude based on what we heard today. So it's normal for border services to deal with GC strategies, to give them $19 million without having exceptional skills or that they be necessary in obtaining contracts or the disclosure of contracts. We also have to accept the fact that public servants got gifts before or after. It's not clear. We have to accept the fact that GC strategies help to draft contracts and tenders because the Border Services Agency doesn't have the skills to know its own needs and its own criteria when the time comes to develop a tender or request for a proposal. And this is very concerning, and we are supposed to find this normal that somebody would get $84,000 for nothing. And we're talking about this money for which nothing was done. So here who is at fault here? That's the question. Perhaps it's the Canada Border Services Agency's fault, perhaps the tip of the iceberg, but it's not normal, Mr. Speaker. Listen. The Auditor General said that this was the worst bookkeeping she'd ever seen. This is not normal. Right now, the Canada Border Services Agency is working on a system to record imports, GCRA, and the committee of the House of Commons said that there are a number of irregularities. It's of concern that this agency continues to do its work after what we've heard today. And this government must, and this agency must be more responsible. It must be under trusteeship. We must get the money back, taxpayers' money that was spent for reasons that we still don't understand, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Again, this guy is no doubt going to be the successor to Blanchette, who's hardly ever in Parliament. Like he's absent from Parliament more than Trudeau is. Just saying. So. Like, it makes me wonder if Blanchette's even going to, like, run for re-election. Because it sure doesn't seem like he wants the job. M. Pascolin with a $28 super chat. Thank you so much. Thanks for all your hard work. Mirko from Richmond, British Columbia. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's our pleasure. Selfishly, we want Canada back. We want the Canada of our youth back, where everybody got along and people were prosperous and everybody was happy. And that's what we're trying to do, trying to get it back.
Mr. Firth, if you would like to, although there might not have been a question, if you'd like to make a comment, I'll allow you this time to do so.
Mr. Speaker, I'm good. Thank you.
Good decision.
Reprise de question.
Resuming the questions, the Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
The Honourable Member from New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now that, through you to Mr. Firth, now that you're aware of the powers of Parliament, I wanted to ask through you to Mr. Firth whether he regrets not answering the questions that were asked of him, not once, not twice, but 3 times at the Government Operations Committee.
Mr. Speaker, absolutely. I've sent that in writing to, I believe, to all members of Parliament prior to coming here for apologies for that.
The Honourable Member from New Westminster, Burnaby.
I would like to know if Mr. Firth met with any members of Parliament during the process for the RFP, for the contract for ArriveCan, or during the contract process.
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, no, I did not.
Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know if Mr. Firth, outside of the committees where he has been brought to formally, if he has ever met or spoken with any members of Parliament from, regardless of which party.
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, can I speak to my counsel for 2 seconds, please?
Clock is stopped.
I don't know who was laughing, but someone was laughing at him. Yeah, interesting. Interesting that he wants to speak to his counsel. Rob says with a $10 super chat. Wait, it just occurred to me. This is Canada Border Services accepting bribes for access. I suspect that there may be bigger issues across the board with this. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the same for public servants, but I know we had met our MP for lunch one time and had offered to pay. And he said, as long as it's less than $40, then I can let you pay. Otherwise,
which it was.
Yeah, which it was. We just went for like burgers,
Fish
but
and
still.
chips, yeah.
Anyways, like that's the stipulation, that it has to be less than $40 for the MPs, at least. We know that much. So I imagine for public servants, it would probably be pretty similar. Whiskey's not cheap. I imagine it's probably more than $40. And don't forget those zucchini sticks.
Right? And man, that means Amazon really cheaped out on the bags.
And from Trish Prue, the $2 super chat. Thank you very much. It says, just how deep does Firth's blonde roots go? I think they go all the way through his skull and into his brain.
Firth.
Mr. Speaker, no, I have not.
The Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to be clear, Mr. Firth has not had any private conversations at any point with any member of Parliament over the period of the committee hearings. And I'm not talking about committees themselves. I'm talking about private conversations, hallway conversations, phone calls, anything of that nature.
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I have not.
The Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby.
NDP was hoping he would say, oh, I talked with the Conservatives. That's what they were hoping for.
Well, if they're not in election mode, then why would they hope for that answer?
Yep.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a scandal. When we talk about the ArriveCan app, we haven't seen this kind of scandal since the Harper regime. And we saw...
What? I don't believe there was a scandal of this magnitude in the Harper regime.
That's $16 orange juice. Come on, Cypher.
I think the last time we saw a scandal of this magnitude was in the Trudeau regime, which was called SNC Lavalin. And before that, I would say it was the sponsorship scandal under Kristian. But, just saying. Angela Cordosa with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Don't know about the feds. I used to work for BC government, and public servants aren't allowed to receive anything that can't be shared with coworkers. And
interesting.
Follow up with it from Angela. Thank you very much. And never allowed booze.
There you go.
A scandal that cost Canadian taxpayers $400 million. At the time, we were talking about a majority Conservative government, and they refused in any way whatsoever to get the answers that Canadians were looking for. And of course, Mr. Speaker, that Conservative scandal was one for which we never got the information. And we saw then the ArriveCan scandal, where, since this is a minority parliament, we are now getting the answers. So this is something that's extremely important, because we're talking about the parliamentary power that we have. And in a majority government, as we saw under Harper, we were not able to get the answers on the $400 million that disappeared under the Conservatives without any transparency. Today, we have the possibility, however, of getting more answers, and I think that this is important. So Mr. Firth, he talked earlier about the fact that he influenced, if I understood, 3 elements only of the 230 requirements in those contracts. Is Mr. Firth saying that he did not influence the contract, or is he saying that he didn't influence the scandal as much as is claimed?
Mr. Speaker, the answer is correct to both of those. I had no influence at all on the contract award, and I had no influence on the ArriveCan scandal.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Earlier, Mr. Firth spoke about the fact that he had changed the resumes. We're talking, of course, and this is in the committee testimony, that there was somebody who had 13 years of experience. That was not true. And there was also other pieces of information that were changed with regard to those individuals. I would like to ask two questions, Mr. Speaker. First, does Mr. Firth regret that these resumes were falsified? And second, reminds the fact that to date the federal government has not asked for those amounts to be repaid. We're talking about those amounts. So, Mr. Firth, the question to Mr. Firth is he prepared to repay to the Canadian public the controversial amounts in the awarding of these contracts?
Mr. Speaker, the Butler contract was no way related to the ArriveCan application, and furthermore, I made $0 margin on the Butler opportunity.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a
No,
second.
I don't believe it at all. And I think we even kind of determined that.
Well, especially when there was, what was it, $14,000 that went missing?
I think 14 or 16, something like that. Don't buy that at all. And, I know that the parliamentarians can choose to speak in whatever language they wish, but considering Peter Julian's first language is English, it's bizarre to me that he is choosing to speak in French to Kristian Firth, and it's not the first time he's done this. He does this in committee all the time. It makes me wonder if he's angling to be the next leader of the NDP.
Could be, and I'm also wondering if it's kind of like an election tactic. Like, hey, French voters, NDP could be your choice. You don't have to vote Bloc.
I don't even know if they have any candidates in Quebec.
I think they run candidates in all ridings.
They may, but good luck in Quebec. It's Bloc and Liberal, and then Conservative is like third. Sloppy Sleuth with a $7 super chat. Thank you so much. Hope you're holding your glasses firm and tight, Falcon Cypher. Love all you do, and great evening to all. Let's vote this Libs and NDP out. It's time.
It is time. It's past time.
And there's only a few minutes left of testimony, folks, so we're almost at the end. Representatives with a $5 super chat. What the actual Firth? I feel like this is the largest spend on corruption and scandals in Canadian history. Yeah, I think what they're trying to say is a big scandal is the Phoenix Pay Systems project, which
I don't think it was a scandal. It just really didn't work well.
It was a debacle. It was a debacle.
Yeah, that's a little different from a scandal.
And then the Trudeau government continued on managing it to like $1 billion. So,
but why are they bringing up stuff from the previous Conservative government?
Right, it's not relevant at this point. But this could balloon to be the largest corruption scandal in Canadian history, because we don't know the end of this. Like, there's no way GC Strategies is the only quote unquote company that has been doing this with the federal government. I don't think so.
Maintenant, c'est en reprise des questions.
Resuming questions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
The Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this historic, unprecedented occasion. I'd like to put this question through you, Mr. Speaker, to Mr. Firth.
Just want to pause here. Look, the entire Green Party is in the frame.
Wow. Actually, don't they have two?
They have two.
Oh, that's the other guy. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, because I'm like, who the heck is that? I thought he was an independent.
No.
Alrighty
That's
then.
the entire Green Party.
Alrighty.
Vesper Digital with a $2 super chat. Yeah, Fox, because we need more Quebec in government, Fox. Right.
Hey, I didn't say that we needed more Quebec in government. I just said that could be why.
Rabbi says with a $5 super chat, they all seem to do it when they are trying to obfuscate their questions. Yep, they certainly do.
I know he will not have them with him at the moment, but will he provide to Parliament, through the Speaker and to the Operations Committee, the full list of all website domains that he has registered or requested to be registered in pursuit of his business as an IT staffing firm?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I can do that.
The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. I'd like to review some of the answers that the witness gave earlier today. To the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, when asked if he would like to have had, if he thinks back on it and reflects on his answers to committee, if he wished he'd answered differently. And his answer was he wishes he could have answered more concisely. I'd like to put it to the witness, through you, Mr. Speaker, that no one has accused him of answers that were verbose. He's been accused of and found to have answered in ways that were evasive and dishonest. Would he like to amend his answer to say he wishes he had answered honestly in the first instance?
Mr. Firth.
That's a good question. Because she zeroed in on incorrect vernacular and has amended his answer for him, and now he just has to say yes or no. Now, I don't think he's going to say yes or no because he doesn't want to doesn't want to answer that would imply that he lied, right? Like directly, it would be an admission. So if I'm the lawyer, I'm like, don't you freaking answer that question. And I'm sure Diane would agree with that. Angela Cordosa with a $5 super chat. Shockingly, she actually had good questions. Her last question was a good one. Excellent. Thank you for that. And actually, Diane Sylvain with a $10 super chat. What do you think Pierre will focus on with this question period with this hearing? What are the PMO links, if any? So there's no evidence of PMO links at this point other than kind of the Freeland link with Von Brennan. The other interesting thing is Jeremy Broadhurst. This is going to blow your minds. So Jeremy Broadhurst is Von Brennan's contact that was in Freeland's office, right? Well, Jeremy Broadhurst was also the individual that CSIS and the election, site oversight committee during the 2019 election provided all the information regarding Han Dong, Don Valley North, when that all went down. So that was all provided to Jeremy Broadhurst, who had the conversation with Justin Trudeau. So interesting that he's kind of on the perimeter of both of these scandals. Just really bad luck for Jeremy, maybe? I don't know. Time will tell. But in terms of what Pierre's going to focus on, Pierre will probably bring up a couple questions on this. And he'll only stick to it as it relates to affordability, but he's going to be continuing to hammer the budget. He's going to be continuing to hammer, the overspending. That's what's working for him in the polls. He'll probably have Janice and Brock and Kuzi. They will be the ones focusing on the testimony today. That's what I'm expecting for tomorrow.
I wonder if he's going to bring up the fact that the Liberals didn't ask questions.
Probably. I think it would be good for them to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Speaker, again, as a result of this abolishment, there's a lot of mistakes that I've made. That's why I was here. So the answer would be yes.
Whoa.
Oh, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. Oh, snap.
Huh.
Oh, his lawyer probably just threw up in his mouth. Do you wish you could change your answer, amend it so that you wish you had answered honestly? And after what he said the answer would be yes. Oh, snap. Holy moly. Okay. RCMP, write that one down. Robert says with a $2 super chat, there is no luck, only zoo. Seriously though, that Elizabeth May just got Kristian Firth to admit he lied to committee.
Wow.
Wow. Green Party has a use after all.
I was going to say, that kind of changes my perspective that the Green Party's useless.
Crazy.
The Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
In response to questions from the Honourable Member for Mégantic Érable, he similarly had said earlier today, I made mistakes. Is it correct to say that when the witness says, I made mistakes, he is acknowledging that he behaved in ways that amounted to a contempt of Parliament by being deliberately misleading, evasive, and dishonest? And I would also suggest that most Canadians would not consider these to be mistakes, but deliberate efforts to mislead Parliament.
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, they were mistakes. I have a lot of respect for this, and this was not deliberately misleading.
The Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
They weren't lies, everybody. Well, they weren't intentional lies, they were accidental lies.
Come on.
Oh, come on! I'd like, Mr. Speaker, in the last few moments that we have here with the witness, I'm trying to put myself in the position of a Canadian watching this on television and wondering, how could this happen? I think it's clear on a factual basis and respecting this place and everyone in it that there's been here, this example, as the Auditor General has found, as the Ombudsman has found, an appalling failure of our procurement process that's completely unacceptable. And the individuals involved in GC strategies, particularly Mr. Firth and his partner, have benefited personally from what can best be described as extremely dodgy business practices. I'd like to ask on behalf of the people of Canada and it's an obvious question, I'm not suggesting there is an answer, but I'd like to ask Mr. Firth, is he a member of any political party? Does he donate to any particular party? Has he been involved in currying favor with any party or political parties in this country?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, no, I have not.
The Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. I'm pursuing evidence that you gave to the Government Operations Committee on October 20th. It's a very interesting skill set which you have, which the witness has to obtain these various contracts. Mr. Firth said that between, quote, my business partner Darren and me, we have 30 years of experience dealing with IT companies, or whether dealing with independent consultants, or we have the luxury of dealing with true subject matter firms. We build a network in which we know the people. Is it the case, to ask the witness, that the business experience, which gained him millions of dollars in personal benefit, amount to having an extensive Rolodex of people in the Ottawa area whom he entertains?
The answer is yes. That's what Firth is basically saying. Because that's what he said before. Well, you know, you have to have a network. You have to have these people available in order to bid on these contracts. That's basically what he's saying. And if they're not on his Rolodex, he goes on LinkedIn and he finds more. That's it. Hunsford with a $20 super chat. It's time to go to NDP offices with protests to call for an election. Protesting outside Liberal offices does nothing except make them double down on taking more of our money. Enough is enough. This coalition we didn't vote for. An interesting proposal, Hunsford.
Mm-hmm. And if you are in an NDP riding, you can always call them and request an appointment with the MP. And as always, we recommend that when you get there, you be polite, but firm.
Yep. Roses with a $5 super chat. No, but I did make a huge donation to my favorite charity, the Trudeau Foundation.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, it has afforded us the luxury of having a large Rolodex of resources we can use and get them contracts within the federal government.
Remaining very brief question to the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Firth, given the experience here and knowing that you have health challenges, all I can say is, aren't you ashamed?
Oh. Mr. Firth.
Wow.
Mr. Speaker, do I have to answer that?
Yes. Yes, you do.
Oh,
snap.
Damn, you guys are right. It got good at the end.
Elizabeth May drops a bomb.
Savage, man. I didn't really see that in her. That was savage.
A bomb. Oh, I'm like kind of speechless. It doesn't even matter what his answer is. Holy.
That was beautiful.
Good on you, Elizabeth.
You know, I think we need to write Elizabeth a letter.
Well, let's not get too hasty.
No, I am not ashamed. I think
It is my duty to inform the House that Mr. Firth's presence at the bar is no longer required and that the order is discharged.
Okay,
Wow.
folks.
Wow.
That was
That was something. You know what? This was honestly history in the making. The last time someone was brought to the bar and questioned in this manner was 1913. That's over 100 years ago.
111.
And the House has not been required to exercise their powers in this manner in the last 100 years.
Yeah, so people have been admonished, but they haven't been called to answer questions. That's 1913 is the last time it happened.
I mean, my grandparents weren't even alive.
So, I gotta say though, this
This is historic.
it also lived up to expectations. I think it exceeded expectations because I don't think really anybody knew what to expect because again, it hasn't happened in forever, and I don't think anyone expected to get any new information. But we received a lot of information from this, and some of these answers, Kristian Firth made it worse for himself.
Mm-hmm.
Like flat out admitting to lying at committee, or rather being dishonest, which is the same thing. But holy moly, folks. So at some point, Diane Daly is going to be coming to town. So, yeah. Now, for those interested, there is a standing committee, public accounts tomorrow. They are meeting partially on ArriveCan. I know that Anita Anand is going to be present for that. We will not be live streaming that because we are doing an interview tomorrow night with David Leese from the Frontier Center for Public Policy, who was on here before, and we had a wonderful chat. We're going to be talking a little bit more about the federal budget and what the center's and his opinions are on the budget. And also something else that was a little weird that's happened, but we'll reveal that later on the interview itself. And it's regarding a certain committee that we don't visit really at all. That they were supposed to have a witness there, and it mysteriously disintegrated for some reason. So, not the committee, but the interaction. Anyway. I know that's cryptic. It's supposed to be, but we will we'll get to that, and we'll probably provide a summary type video on the Standing Committee of Public Accounts if we have time tomorrow, or probably on Friday at some point. So so stay tuned for that. Thank you everybody for joining us. Again, 2,200 people on a 2 a.m. Crazy. You know, I got to get up for work tomorrow.
If you're out east, it's even later.
Yeah. So if you're out east, you guys are troopers. So thank you very much for hanging with us. And if you're out west, yeah, I don't want to hear it. But thanks for sticking with us anyway. Again, wonderful community. You guys are super, super supportive. And we do catch, the positive comments that you leave us. So don't think that we don't, and we really appreciate them, even though we may not call them out individually. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for all the kind words. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for sharing, liking, supporting everything that you guys do. It's with all your help that we're going to bring this country home again. So and with that, let's get through the last super chats. We have Stephen C with a $2 super chat. I just started to admire Elizabeth. Yeah, let's not get carried away. She did ask some great questions, especially that last one. Dang, that was like Queen of Thorns at a Game of Thrones type.
Yeah, that was cold.
Sloppy Sleuth with a $7 super chat. Can't believe it's gonna take Miss Chardonnay to take this POS down. Everyone write her a thank you letter. And Angela Cordosa with a $2 super chat. Watching this twice was doubly awesome. Excellent. Thank you very much for joining us, Angela. That means you spent like, wow,
many hours watching Kristian Firth.
You spent a full-time job today watching Kristian Firth. Ravi Sayes with a $5 super chat. I used to admire Liz's ability to drink a whole bottle of rum on stage, but that was actually good. Janice Cochran with a $2 super chat. Thanks. No, thank you very much. And we have Stephen C with a $2 super chat. 3:30 a.m. in Newfoundland. You
oh my
trooper.
Goodness, get some sleep.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hope you don't have to work in the morning. Anyway, that's it for Northern Perspective, everybody. We are probably going to clip this a little bit to make it a little bit more digestible. And but God, this Arrive can every single time we think, is this dying down? No, it is just heating up. So continue having those conversations out there, and we will see you in the comments, folks. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, and our next live stream will be this Sunday at 9:30, so we'll see you then. Have a good night.